Well, good evening. We are here at the Roundtable, and we are trying to get people come in the room. Hopefully, in some time. So let's see. There's Darren. Who else is going to come on over? There's Gary. We're finally getting some people in here. Well, this is the first time for me. I've never done a Twitter space. And it'll be interesting to see what can come across during the discussion. I'm certainly not going to waste your time by talking about ridiculous fringe conspiracies or about fringe conspiracies. So I will be talking about the intricate anomalies surrounding 9/11. That's what I'll be doing. So I'm trying to see. I'm going to wait a little bit till other people start coming in, because I'm waiting for DJ Thermal Detonator to see if he is arriving, because he said he would if he could get the application on his phone. And I remember talking with him and saying that about 2 days ago that the phone that he had is not applicable with Twitter Spaces. So let's see if he'll come along in time. For now, for the people that are here, I will. I'm sorry, Darren. I saw that you requested something. I was not looking on my phone. I forgot. I got to look at the phone instead of the computer screen. I don't know what you were requesting for, but can Nelson come in the room or not? I'm not sure. It looks like he's not trying, or he can't. But if he can't, don't worry. We're going to keep going regarding this discussion. How's everyone else's day doing? I hope everything's fine. Yeah, I know you can't talk unless you request something, or you want to request to speak, and I could give you that request, actually, which I'm going to do anyway, which I'll do, because if you have questions. And I just got a message. He can't do it. All right. So we're just going to keep going. Nelson cannot join. So what I'm going to do is basically going to talk about the intricate details of 9/11 while you're here. And, one thing, okay, I see a request and it's gone now. So someone make a request, it's gone. All right, so what I'm going to be talking about is about the details of foreknowledge, or details of the intelligence apparatuses that were listening into the phone calls of Osama bin Laden, certain hijackers of 9/11, Al-Qaeda operatives in the years prior to 9/11. And to me, this is the real, smoking gun, if you will, where we can actually say certain names and we can implicate somebody with the very least malfeasance. If not, we can make a pretty good argument for foreknowledge. And so during the 1990s, I want to say 1992, Osama bin Laden was expelled from Saudi Arabia by the Saudi kingdom. And this was basically because his request to fight against Iraq, which basically was going to invade Saudi Arabia, but there was no evidence that they were going to do so. After they invaded Kuwait, it was bin Laden who went to King Fahd and to the head of the General Intelligence Directorate, Prince Turki bin Faisal, where he basically said that he would defend the country from the Iraqi army by using the Mujahideen, who in return, just 2 years prior, expelled the Soviets. And the kingdom basically neglected to acquiesce to bin Laden's request, but they respected him enough and feared that attacks would soon commence. And what they did was they house arrested bin Laden, froze his assets, took away his passport. And by doing so, they basically were controlling bin Laden in his house, in which they couldn't house arrest him for very long. So there was a secret meeting between Prince Turki bin Faisal and bin Laden, according to Peter Lance and Peter Bergen, who wrote extensive biographies on bin Laden and are considered some of the best authorities on Osama bin Laden himself. And basically, Prince Turki gave him an ultimatum and said, we will unfreeze your assets from your father's construction company, which is the bin Laden group, and your passport if you leave the country. And during this process, bin Laden had sent 2 emissaries from Al-Qaeda, which were basically at this point members of an Arab training camp called the Al-Masada, where it was nicknamed the Lion's Den, and where they got the name the base from. It was a base for Arabs. And through this, these members of Al-Masada joined this group called Al-Qaeda, which were basically training Afghans to fight against the communist influence that were left over in Afghanistan. And so these 2 emissaries went to the Sudan and met with Islamic World Front leader Hassan al-Turabi. And from there, they invited bin Laden to come to the Sudan and basically live there for free under their authority and their watch. And bin Laden agreed to the ultimatum proposed by Prince Turki bin Faisal. And so he relocated to the Sudan, where himself and members of the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, another Islamic fundamentalist group in Egypt, had went with him, and slowly but surely started building training camps in the infrastructure where bin Laden had spent over $60 million in its infrastructure, building roads, building businesses, air routes, even farming industry. So the Sudan, which was basically a very poor country, was more than welcome with open arms to bin Laden and his money. And while he was there, the CIA was basically monitoring bin Laden. And it is not known exactly what day, but it began in 1992, at least with the recorded history that we have available to us, that the CIA began monitoring bin Laden in 1992. And through multiple sources that were produced by Paul Thompson's historycommons.org, the NSA began listening to cell phone calls of bin Laden in 1992. Cell phones that were given to him by contacts here in the United States that would ship him cell phones to the Sudan and then later in Afghanistan. Bin Laden lived here until 1996, where he didn't conduct any terrorist operations here. So up until 1992 to 1996, we know for certain that Al-Qaeda did not participate in any terrorist operations. Now, there is a rumor that there was a U.S. embassy, a U.S. hotel that was bombed in Yemen, but this, of course, was not proof that it was Al-Qaeda. 2 men were injured, and basically no one was killed, but this was attributed to Al-Qaeda by the press. And even though that there was no evidence that Al-Qaeda was behind it, it was still attributed to him. However, when the CIA pressured the Clinton administration that bin Laden was indeed a terrorist financier and he was building this group in the Sudan with the help of the Egyptians, led by Ayman al-Zawahiri and Abu Ubaidah al-Banshiri, as well as Abu Hafs al-Masri. These were leading Egyptian military officers while they were in Egypt, who assimilated into a radical fundamentalist group called Egyptian Islamic Jihad, which were led by a multitude of emirs, and one of them being Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was expelled from Egypt and who relocated to Pakistan and met with bin Laden during the Afghan-Soviet War, who had lived with bin Laden in the Sudan in helping to shape Al-Qaeda into something more. Now, like I said before, from 1988 to 1996, Al-Qaeda was not a terrorist organization. There was no evidence that they were a terrorist organization. What they were was a guerrilla training group training Afghan militias to fight against the Soviet influence, the communist influence in Afghanistan, in the capital of Kabul, training them in bomb-making materials, small arms fire, guerrilla tactics, and whatnot. But it wasn't until 1996 that bin Laden was again forcibly expelled out of the Sudan to Afghanistan under the behest of the president al-Bashir, the Sudanese president, who told bin Laden through his intermediaries that the State Department under Clinton was pressuring the Sudanese government, to expel Osama bin Laden or face economic sanctions. Up until this point, there is no reason for the Sudanese to expel bin Laden, for bin Laden was nothing more than, at this point, a financier of a group that was not behind any terrorist incidents up until this point. But bin Laden did leave, and he felt insulted that he had to leave because of the amount of money that he built with the infrastructure to the Sudan. And at this point, in 1996, things started to take a more nefarious turn. With the ideology permeated by the Egyptians under Ayman al-Zawahiri, bin Laden started to create his first fatwa against the United States. A fatwa is a religious decree that is authorized by a religious authority. However, the religious authority is not bin Laden. It is coming from the Shura Council of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda has many committees. There is a Shura committee, which is a religious committee. There is a military committee. There is a media committee, which is called As-Sahab Media. There is a widows committee. So it is a very structured organization, even though it has approximately 1,000 to 2,000 members. It is not definitively known. But if you can access what is called the Harmony documents, but they are in Arabic, they are available. Just Google the Harmony documents, PDF, and you could download it for yourself. These documents basically outline the structure of Al-Qaeda. However, like I said, it is in Arabic and not in English. From this position in 1996, bin Laden, through the ideology of Ayman al-Zawahiri and the Egyptians, started his first fatwa against the United States military. But this wasn't directed against the civilians. Once again, bin Laden had directed a first operation, a terrorist operation, against a decree by the Shura Council to U.S. military stationed in the two holiest sites in all of Islam, located in Saudi Arabia, called Mecca and Medina. And because the Saudi Arabian government allowed U.S. military to defend from an incoming invasion of the Iraqis in 1990, where there was no evidence that the U.S. was going to invade Saudi Arabia, King Fahd basically was creating a conundrum within himself. And this problem was that he feared that bin Laden would start attacking the kingdom. So while he was in Afghanistan, bin Laden was visited by a number of Saudi dignitaries who were paying him, in essence, blackmail money, not to attack the kingdom. And through this money, which was in essence of over $50 million over the next couple of years, as well as sympathizers within the kingdom that were sympathizing with bin Laden because he dared to call out the United States. So you had millions of dollars that were coming in. However, one financial source cut him off, and that was the bin Laden family. In 1996, after the first fatwa, the bin Laden family unit, basically the bin Laden group, under three of his brothers, basically absconded Osama bin Laden from having any financial dealings with the Saudi bin Laden group from this point forward. That doesn't mean, and this is coming from the State Department, saying that bin Laden was broke at this stage. He was not. He was getting blackmail money from the Saudi bin Laden group, as well as money from sympathizers from the Gulf, as well as drug routes that were coming in through Pakistan, through Afghanistan, that were dealing heroin through the Helmand province, located north of the country. These drug kingpins in Afghanistan were not the Taliban themselves, but they were warlords and clans that were very powerful, that had to get authority from the Taliban to commiserate business. And because bin Laden and Al-Qaeda was also there, they were getting a cut of the profits. Now, this would come back to basically become a much more nefarious proposition that involves the U.S. government. And I'll get into that in a minute, because most of you who are probably aware about an oil pipeline that was going to be built in the late 1990s with the help of Unocal, that wasn't just it. There was a number of drug warlords that were basically doing the dirty work of the CIA in funneling heroin into the United States for a profit. But up until this point, again, even with the first fatwa, there was no direct attacks on the United States. Now, the Khobar Towers bombing basically was attributed to Al-Qaeda. Now, the NSA, up until this point, was listening to the phone calls of bin Laden. Like I said before, from 1992 up until this point, the NSA were monitoring the phone calls of bin Laden through his satellite phone, which was unencrypted, decrypted. It was not an encrypted phone call. In 1996 as well, in an unrelated operation, the FBI was basically under an operation called Vulgar Betrayal, was monitoring a Hamas cell that was operating in New York. And one such person was by the name of Ziad Khalil, who basically was a Hamas operative, who basically bought a cell phone, an Inmarsat cell phone from a storefront in Long Island. And the FBI was tracking Ziad Khalil and his movements, and they tracked this phone, and they wanted to listen to the phone calls of this person and to see what kind of information they were getting through the operation Vulgar Betrayal. So they asked the NSA to see if they can decrypt the phone, in which, again, just like bin Laden's satellite phone earlier, this phone was also a decrypted phone, so they could listen to the phone calls, incoming and receiving. And this phone went to another person in Virginia by the name of Ziad Khalil. Ziad Khalil was an Al-Qaeda operative with links to Hamas, and he sent the phone to a mail order business in Tora Bora, Afghanistan. That phone went to Osama bin Laden. Now, bin Laden started using this new phone. And from 1996 to 1998, the NSA monitored over 600 phone calls, where approximately 230 phone calls were made to Yemen, in which this number would keep popping up because bin Laden had begun calling it. So the NSA and the CIA were interested in this one phone call because it was important enough that bin Laden was calling it. Well, they traced the phone back to a house located in the capital of Sana'a of the country of Yemen. And this house was owned by a person by the name of Ahmed al-Hada. Ahmed al-Hada was an associate of Osama bin Laden through the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. They had fought together on the front lines, actually. And Ahmed al-Hada was given this house by bin Laden, and he was living here. And the NSA began listening to the everyday phone calls of this house, which was later now known as an Al-Qaeda communication switchboard, which was operated by Ahmed al-Hada and others, but Ahmed al-Hada owned the house, and it was a multi-tiered house. I believe it's 3 stories tall, 4 stories tall. Now, what makes it so important is that I'm going to later name a visitor who often lived at this house, which is going to be the link to the September 11th attacks, in which I'm going to propose that the intelligence agencies, I'm going to allude to through speculation, but not unfounded speculation. There could be evidence that the intelligence agencies were listening about the attacks through these phone calls. But let me digress and fill in some holes through here. So, because the NSA doesn't do human intelligence, they allowed the CIA to come into the operation. And because this is a foreign land, the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, has overall operational control. That means even though the NSA began this operation, the CIA, by law, has overwhelming authority regarding any operation they open. So the CIA put a bug inside the house. They could only listen to half of the phone calls. They could not listen to the phone calls that were incoming calls, but the NSA can. So there is a CIA virtual station called the Bin Laden Issue Station, which is codenamed Alex Station. The chief of station there is Michael Scheuer. Michael Scheuer has a son. His name is Alec. So therefore, the covert name of the operation is Alex Station. And a number of different intelligence agencies were working alongside collecting metadata with the CIA. The CIA was running Bin Laden Issue Station, but they allowed the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the National Security Agency, as well as the Counterterrorism Unit, to work within the Bin Laden Issue Station, which is located in Maryland. And this operation, this base of operation, was located covertly inside a dilapidated mall in Maryland, where the room of the door leading into the Bin Laden Issue Station was basically, they had a number, and I think the number was like 600A or something like that, but don't hold me to it. But it was like a strange number on the door where, wouldn't attract, people coming into the place itself. So Scheuer basically hired a bunch of women to operate the logistics and the analytics relating to the station. And he invited the FBI to work along with them. Now, the FBI and the CIA didn't get along. And Scheuer was a very demanding personality. And the FBI, under John O'Neill of the Manhattan Counterterrorism Unit, basically didn't like Scheuer, and Scheuer hated him. And so this working alongside with the FBI grew to like this animosity with the agency. And there were 5 people that were working from the FBI inside Alex Station: Ed Getz, Margaret Gillespie, Mark Rossini, Doug Miller, and later Jack Clunan. And so they were working alongside members of the Counterterrorism Unit and people that were heading the Alex Station. And they were collecting enormous amounts of information. Now, I'm pretty sure that most of you listening to this roundtable have been privy to some information that, they didn't have enough information to stop. And that's what most of these agencies later, through the 9/11 Commission and Joint House Inquiry, they later testified that they were ill-equipped, that they didn't have enough manpower, they didn't collect enough information. That's not true. Through the number of whistleblowers that would come out later by the FBI and as well as the NSA, and I'll name them, they had an overwhelming amount of information. And one agency in particular that often goes under the radar that had the most information was the NSA. Because, like I said, and don't forget this, this is important, the NSA were listening to the phone calls of Osama bin Laden between the years 1992 to 2001 to 1998 through a satellite phone. That's 6 years. They were listening to every single phone call. Now, bin Laden ditched that phone in 98. However, the NSA were listening to the phone calls of the Yemen hub from 1996 to 2001. 5 years of phone calls. Now, you tell me, and I'm going to plead to your common sense. What do you think they were talking about on those phones? Were they talking about the Yankees? Were they talking about cookies? No, these were serious men who had a vitriol to the United States, to Israel, and to the allies of the United States, and they were talking about operations. And since this information is not public, since the information, the metadata is classified, I'm going to try in the future to file a Freedom of Information request about the phone call, about the NSA's wiretaps of bin Laden's satellite phone. And through information I'm getting from a whistleblower from the NSA through Twitter, that there's an executive order that protects that information, but that executive order only goes to 25 years. And because we are past that 25-year mark regarding bin Laden's satellite phone, that information should be made public through a Freedom of Information request. So I'm going to try to gain more information and maybe, and this is a pipe dream, maybe get that information declassified. I'm not holding my breath because we still have a trial upcoming in Guantanamo regarding the 5 people that were alleged to be the orchestrator of 9/11. Whether they're going to use this information, if they're going to do it, which I don't know, then I'll never get the information because it'll be classified under national security. And we're not allowed to look at that information if there's still a trial that is upcoming. Nevertheless, let me go back. So the CIA began running operations, collecting as cables that were coming in through Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Khartoum, the Gulf, the United States, all this information, as well as the NSA's metadata collecting through the phone calls. So signals and human intelligence was awash coming in, years and years of it. And so in 1998, the United States basically wanted to precipitate another Afghanistan-Soviet war, a 2.0, if you will, trying to invite the Americans to be drawn into a long, drawn-out conflict, just like they did with the Soviets. So the Al-Qaeda precipitated an attack called the 1998 East Africa bombings. Now, there was a group, a cell that was operating in New York that's affiliated with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, which had its own operation headed by Israel and the FBI that were monitoring members of that group, which is not Al-Qaeda affiliated. This group was basically a group of former Afghan mujahideen, like Mohammed Mahbub Balima, Mohammed Salameh, Imad Ismail, and Ramzi Youssef, also known as Abdul Basit Karim. That's his real name. Who, by the way, has an uncle named Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. I'm just going to have to go back and visit this a little bit to make it appear a greater operation. And through this group, there was an Israeli asset by the name of Josie Hadass, who was living upstairs in this apartment in New Jersey, where she was renting an apartment to Mohammed Salameh, who later was to be part of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. And when the FBI investigators, after the bombing, the FBI investigators went to this apartment because they found one of the axle parts of the truck that was used to transport the bomb had survived, and the VIN number was found. And because Mohammed Salameh went back to the Ryder truck to get the deposit, which is absurd in its own right, to escape the country, you would think he would have money to escape after, a terrorist bombing like that. The FBI were basically posing as Ryder truck employees and basically Salome went back for a $200 deposit, which is absurd in its own right when you think about it. This is really stupid. After the bombing, like a lot of people that were involved, they all left. Abu went to Egypt, Ramsey Youssef went to Pakistan. But Mohammed Salome went back to the rider truck and argued and haggled with the guy. Meanwhile, it's an FBI guy, but he was drawing it out, because, on the other end of his earpiece, the FBI is basically yelling at him, get him out so we could arrest him. Basically, he haggled down the price to about, I think, 180 or something bucks. He leaves and the FBI arrests him. And basically, he tells the FBI about the operation, people that were involved in it. And the application that he had was basically, there was a phone number that was attributed to this one person, Josie Hadass. And you're basically saying, well, who is this person? Why are you mentioning the person? Josie Hadass was a Mossad operative. And we don't know too much information regarding Josie Hadass or even a picture, but the FBI is basically covering up the fact that there was a Mossad operative living and renting apartments to 1993 bombing co-conspirators. Now, I don't want you to just believe me. I want you to Google Josie Hadass, Hadas, and you look it up yourself. Now, Thomas Friedman of the New York Times basically did a backstory regarding this, and it was a very interesting story. Very few people wrote about Josie Hadass and the intelligence apparatus. Now, whether they were collecting information about terrorist operatives inside the United States, but one thing is for certain, it wasn't Al-Qaeda. So, how much information did they know? No one knows. So I'm not going to speculate any further because it's basically my word. So I don't want you to just believe me and just say, what do you think they knew? I can give you maybe an opinion, but the opinion is not based on any type of evidence whatsoever. So I'm not going to opine about that. Now, the FBI closed the case once they arrested Youssef and once they arrested everybody from 1993, suggesting that there was no extensive Arab fundamentalist problem, that there was no terrorist organization operating inside the United States. Meanwhile, a Manhattan fireman by the name of Ronnie Booker did his own investigation. And he found out that there was a bigger cell operating inside the United States. And this cell was probably operated with the help of a couple of people. Omar Abdel Rahman, who's known as a blind sheikh, who is an associate of Ayman al-Zawahiri, who also is an associate of El Said Nosser, who basically, El Said Nosser was the assassin of Rabbi Meir Kahane, the JDL Jewish radical fundamentalist inside New York Manhattan Hotel in 1990. El Said Nosser was arrested for the murder, but he was found not guilty, shockingly. But he was found guilty of the murder of the gun charge, and he was sentenced to, I think, 20 years or something like that. There was an Egyptian operative who was recruited by the FBI by the name of Imad Salem, who basically infiltrated the cell, which was operating in the Al Farouk Mosque in New York. Next door was the Al-Khifa Refugee Center, which basically was the Afghan Services Bureau operating in Afghanistan and in New York and in Arizona, where they were getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the ISI and the CIA. All that money was used to build a number of these terrorist groups that would be operating inside the United States and throughout the world. A number of these groups would later become Abu Sayyaf in the Philippines, Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan, as well as Jemaah Islamiyah in Indonesia. What do all these groups have in common? They are all founded by people who were in the Afghan-Soviet War, who were getting money and training from a number of the intelligence services like the CIA, like the ISI, like the British MI6, the Israeli Mossad, and other foreign intelligence services like the Mahabeth and the Mukhbarat. All of these groups would have affiliations with Al Qaeda and bin Laden at some point. And from there, the essence of the money would come from not just the Gulf, but also from the funding of sympathizers to these groups, in which we, the United States, are allied with. Now, this may seem to you at this point an overwhelming amount of information, but it all can be condensed with the next things I'm going to relate to you right now. All of this, the 93 bombing, the attacks of the U.S. embassies in 1998, all of this may have been heard at one point by the NSA through the wiretaps of bin Laden's satellite phone and, of course, the house in Yemen. Now, I don't know for sure, but I can submit to your common sense that what do you think they were talking about on these phones? This information is classified. It remains classified to this day. Now, fast forward, 1998, the embassy bombings are attacked. The CIA in 1999 now enacts a war on Al Qaeda. In December of 1999, the director of the CIA, George Tenet, basically declares war on Al Qaeda and bin Laden and starts creating an operation. This operation would be known as Jawbreaker Number 5 or Jawbreaker. This would allow the CIA to build stations inside Afghanistan surrounding Al Qaeda training camps. And there are a number of them. These training camps are Al Farouk, Tanakh Farms, Wal Jihad, and there's another one, and it escapes my mind. There are four. There's actually four of them. So because they couldn't get inside Al Qaeda, in which Tenet basically, under the counterterrorism unit in the CIA, hired Cofer Black. Cofer Black basically was one of the most legendary bureaucrats of the CIA and was involved with the capture of another terrorist in Africa called Carlos the Jackal. And he basically hired Cofer Black to run the counterterrorism unit. But George Tenet was basically a visionary, and he wanted the CIA to come out of the shadows, because up until this point, the CIA was basically seen as a shadowy agency with a lot of problems. And that came from the Church Committee hearings in the 70s, which restricted assassinations and which restricted the CIA from doing black operations. So for the next 20 years, the CIA was seen as the shadow agency. But Tenet wanted to change that. So what he did was he hired a ton of bureaucratic people to what they call the fourth floor, which is basically management. He fired or forced out a lot of the field agents, and some of them were legendary agents. People like Billy Waugh, for example, and Gary Schroen, for example. These people were considered legends because they built up a reputation as being guys who would go into the back alleys of the most dangerous places in Africa and the Middle East and commiserate with the most dangerous radical fundamentalist groups like Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and Gamma Islamiyah, Boko Haram, and all these dangerous groups. So Tenet forces out Michael Scheuer, the head of the Alex station, because he wasn't sharing information with his superiors at the CIA. And he was creating this fervent group of women like Alfreda Ann Bukowski, Michelle Ann Casey, Jennifer Matthews, who were all loyal to Scheuer, basically doing anything they wanted, but creating this very seclusive unit within this unit, which was basically was created to share information with other agencies about terrorist groups operating throughout the world, and they weren't doing this. So they forced Michael Scheuer out, and in 1999, the new chief of Alex Station was the son of a legendary CIA officer, and his name is Richard Blee. Richard Blee was the chief of station of Alex Station, while Tom Wilshire is the deputy chief, the number 2 of Alex Station. And from 1999 to 2000, under the direction of Blee and Cofer Black at the CTC, the CIA took a more aggressive approach in getting information, and the CIA was awash with metadata, cables that were coming in, people that were working the ground in Afghanistan through Operation Jawbreaker, which was headed by Gary Schroen, and members of the Special Activities Division, which is a unit within the CIA. Not to mention, at about this point, there is a number of German students who are studying in German universities like Greifswald, who are now attending a mosque in Germany called Al-Quds. And these people would be known as members of the Hamburg cell. You probably heard of them. Mohammed Atta, Marwan al-Shehi, Ziad Jarrah, and Ramzi bin al-Sheikh. To just go into the profiles of these people, especially Ziad Jarrah. Ziad Jarrah was born in Lebanon in the Bekaa Valley. His father and his mother were prominent people in Lebanon, and they were secular. Even though they were Arabs, even though they were Muslims, they were not very religious people. He had friends in Christian schools. He even went to a Christian school. He wanted to become a pilot when he was very young, and his father dissuaded from it because he feared that his son would crash. Talk about irony. He made friends with Jews and Christians when he was growing up. He was actually a very sociable person, loved to party, drank, smoke, dated girls. He was known throughout his community as a very shy child, but even at times outgoing with women. Mohammed Atta was born in the Assyrian government of Egypt, a very prominent student. His father was a lawyer, prominent lawyer. His mother was a school teacher. From a very early age, he was a shy young man, took very little interest in religious studies. It is alleged that he joined a syndicate offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood called the Engineers Syndicate, although this is not generally confirmed. And he was a very good student in his younger years, his school years. When he went to university, he was a very average student. But when he was younger, he was a very good student. And Marwan al-Shehi basically grew up, and his father basically was an army colonel in the military, and he joined the military at a young age, and he was an Emirati student born in United Arab Emirates in the town of Ras Al Khaimah. He's an Emirati, and he went to the University of Bonn in Hamburg, Germany, where he met later Mohammed Atta and Ramzi bin al-Sheikh. But all these men, Marwan al-Shehi, Ziad Jarrah, Mohammed Atta, from their early years, had no hints of being militants. Marwan al-Shehi being the most religious literate of the three. Later it would be Atta for different reasons. But none of these young men, up until this point, before they arrived in Germany, had any instances of being Salafists or extremists, Wahhabists. None at all. It wasn't until that they all arrived in Germany through the different time periods between 1996 to 1999 that not only when they arrived in Germany did they become interested in religion, but they went to the most radical mosque located in all of Germany, which is located in the city of Hamburg. The name of this mosque is called Al-Quds. It is a mosque known for its anti-Western vitriol for years. It was headed by an individual, an imam, by the name of Mohammed Fazizi. And it was monitored by the German intelligence bureau called the BFV. It's a very long name, and we're just going to use the BFV for now. And they were monitoring this mosque for many years. The members of this group, Mohammed al-Shia, Ziad Jarrah, Ramzi bin al-Shib, Muhammad Atta, would all frequent this mosque. And later on, they became radicalized. Now, this is coming from the FBI, this information. Take this with a grain of salt. All right? Take it with a grain of salt. It's either true or it's not, or some of it is true and some of it is false. So, but what I told you before about them being younger and not being radicalized, that is true. And that's coming from their own profiles, even provided by the FBI. So, but when they get to the mosque, these people become automatically militarized, brainwashed, propaganda. And there are two individuals who frequent this mosque, who were born in Syria but live in Germany, who have al-Qaeda contacts and also contacts with Arab criminals in Syria, Germany, and in Iraq. These two men were Mohammed Haydar Zamar and Muammar Darqanzali. These two men would help Muhammad Atta, Muhammad al-Shia, and Ramzi bin al-Shib to move in numerous apartments located in Germany. Meanwhile, while this was going on, the German intelligence agency called the BFP were monitoring the movements of not just the Hamburg cell, but Mohammed Haydar Zamar and Muammar Darqanzali. At about the same time, the CIA were trying to recruit Zamar and Darqanzali to become agents or informants inside Al-Qaeda without much luck. I don't know whether they successfully recruited Darqanzali, but it is not negated by Darqanzali because he basically says later on that the CIA did approach him because he does have numerous businesses, legitimate businesses in Germany, and he was getting a good salary. And even though he was operating as a gun runner and often as a money launderer for a number of high-profile Al-Qaeda operatives, he does not dismiss the fact that he was an informant. Now, Haydar Zamar basically does say that he was never an informant with the CIA. However, what they don't tell you is that the CIA, through the use of the NSA, were monitoring Haydar Zamar's phone calls in Germany. On top of the information the CIA was collecting about Haydar Zamar and Darqanzali. Now, the CIA does state that they don't know anything about the Hamburg cell at this point. Now, I submit to you, if they were following Darqanzali and Zamar in the mid-90s, and Haydar Zamar and Darqanzali were basically groomers for the Hamburg cell, I would submit to you that it would be almost impossible for them not to know. I think most of you would agree. At this point, you had a number of agencies now that were monitoring members of the Hamburg cell, members of Al-Qaeda affiliates that were grooming them in Germany, as well as the Yemen hub in Sana'a, Yemen, and Bin Laden's satellite phone. And what I'm trying to do is build up for you that the defense of these agencies saying that they had no idea what was going to happen, that they didn't have enough information. Well, with the information that I'm telling you, I would submit to you that they had not just a little information, but they had an overwhelming amount of it. By 1999, with the CIA's war on Al-Qaeda, they basically, through the Operation Jawbreaker, they start building listening stations off the coast of Madagascar, and were listening to the phone call located in Yemen. And now they were listening to the phone calls of Haydar Zamar, as well as a number of high-level Al-Qaeda operatives. In 1998, bin Laden ditches his satellite phone. However, which is unknown to most of you, and I'm going to share this with you, which will become a startling revelation. When the members of the 1998 East Africa bombings were arrested, one of them testified in court that they were Fahad. One of the person was Fahad al-Kuso, who later told the FBI. But initially, said that when he testified in court, that he was calling a number in Yemen. That number was the Al Qaeda communications hub. And this is 1999. I remind you, this is 99. That number was published as a transcript in court, which was then public. And that transcript was then written by The Guardian. That number was made public to the world in 1999 without the knowledge of Al Qaeda or the Yemen hub or Ahmed al-Hada. That number is now published for the world to see in a major leading publication called The Guardian. However, Al Qaeda continued to use this number, which I'm pretty sure that they had no idea that this number was now public to the world. But think of it like this. Why would you pay attention to that number if you're not reading The Guardian? If you are reading The Guardian, you would have access to that number. And if you had access to that number, why wouldn't every intelligence agency in the world have access to that number? Stunning revelation. And that's not me making it up. You could look that up yourself. Nevertheless, Fahd al-Qusaw basically then is interviewed by the FBI in his bed because he basically survives the martyrdom attack because he ran away from one of the trucks that had the bomb that blew up one of the embassies in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. When he was interviewed by the FBI, he was interviewed by Jack Clunan. And Jack Clunan basically was commiserating with him and talking with him. He didn't torture him or nothing. And Fahd al-Qusaw opened up and he gave him a number that he was calling. And it was the Yemen hub number. Not knowing that he's thinking that I'm the only person in the world that has this number. Not knowing that the CIA and the NSA 3 years prior already had that number and were already doing operations because they didn't tell the FBI what they had. This would become a reoccurring theme all the way up to 9/11. Now, I'm not going to name the other operations like the Millennium Plot or anything else because that's too long, and I've been going on for a little bit now. But I'm going to also talk about the most important aspects of 9/11, which are coming up in the year prior to 9/11. Now, this is, to me, really just not just malfeasance, but I think outright traitorous by the CIA and the NSA. And I'll let you know why I think this way. So, with the NSA monitoring the phone call in Yemen, they didn't tell the CIA everything they had. The CIA, which were conducting human intelligence on the house, which means that they knew who was coming in and out of the house. The NSA heard a phone call in December of 99. And they heard a person who went by the name of Khalad. And this person was talking to another person on the other end of that phone. His name is Khalid. And the NSA wrote down these names and said, who are these people? We got to know who these people are. The contents of this discussion was that Khalad was asking Khalid and his friend Nawaf to come to a high-level meeting in Malaysia that was headed by a Indonesian businessman by the name of Yazid Sufat, who had connections with a terrorist group that I named before, Jemaah Islamiyah. The NSA then forwarded these names to the CIA because they were going to use the CIA. Because the NSA doesn't do human intelligence, that they asked the CIA to go to this meeting and take pictures of the people who were there. The CIA agreed to this. And the NSA basically told the FBI about this meeting as well. But the FBI didn't go to this meeting. The CIA asked the Malaysian authorities to conduct personal photograph investigation of these people coming in and out of the meeting. And they did. What the NSA wanted from the CIA was photographs forwarded to them that matched the names of who they were listening to. So in other words, the NSA would have the ultimate information, pictures to go with the names, and all the data that they were collecting. The CIA only collected half the information. So the Malaysian authorities took pictures, and this meeting lasted 2 or 3 days. January 2nd to January 5th, I believe. Could be wrong about the dates, or January 5th to January 8th. And at this meeting were the biggest names of terrorist organizations around the world. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Ramzi bin al-Shib, Ridwan Isamuddin, who goes by the Nam Degroa Hambali, who is the co-founder of the Jemaah Islamiyah, a known bomb maker and terrorist in Indonesia, the Philippines. Zacharias Musawi, Khalid al-Mihdhar, Nawaf al-Hazmi, and others, like 15 others. I'm not going to name them all. But these names, you're going to know who these people are soon. Now, you're probably saying, like, why is the Yemen hub so important to 9/11? And you heard me mention the name Khalid. Who is Khalid? Well, Khalid is known as Khalid al-Mihdhar. Khalid al-Mihdhar is married to the daughter of Ahmed al-Hada, the person who owns the house in Sana'a, Yemen. Her name is Hoda al-Hada. And now you could see why all these stories I'm telling you will be condensed and made to be understood as to the whole diagram of the attacks of September 11, 2001. So the Malaysian authorities took pictures of everybody involved at the meeting, just about, and they forwarded these pictures to Alex Station. The CIA, which has a base station in every single city around the world, were found. They saw the pictures of the members of this meeting, and so Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi were witnessed by the Malaysian authorities to go on a plane, and they traveled to United Arab Emirates. And while there, the CIA were made aware about their travels, and they went to the hotel that they were staying in. And while Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar basically left their hotel room, the CIA broke in and took pictures of their passports. But what they didn't realize was on their passports were dual U.S. student visas, or V1s, for example. These visas were authorized in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, by a U.S. consulate. And with this revelation, it is now known or certain that these two men were coming to the United States. And why is this a big deal? Because the CIA would later find out, no other agency found out at the time, that both of these men were not just Al-Qaeda operatives, but they were involved with the Balkans War under Ibn Khattab, who is an associate of bin Laden and an Al-Qaeda recruiter in the Balkans. He's also, they were also alleged to have been involved at some point with the 1998 East Africa bombings and doing gun running or drug running in Saudi Arabia. That's coming from the Saudi Arabian government and the Mahabeth intelligence agency, who had investigated both men. So these were not just like members of the Hamburg cell, these students, that didn't know any better. These are two hardcore Al-Qaeda members. And this is huge. They're coming to the United States. Now, what I'm about to tell you next is huge. This is tantamount to treason. Remember I told you about why I think they're traitorous? Okay? This information about the passports was photographed by the CIA, and that was also sent along with the pictures of the meeting, to Alex Station. One of the FBI agents working at Alex Station, whose name is Doug Miller, who I mentioned before, saw this information. And his eyes lit up. Oh my God, these guys are coming to the United States. We got to warn Washington. So Doug Miller drafts the cable. And this cable, attached to this cable, are the pictures, the photographs of both men, Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, along with their passports and the U.S. visas, on this cable, warning headquarters in Washington, D.C. to start beginning in the investigation into these men as soon as they land. However, because this is CIA information, Doug Miller has to get full authorization from the deputy chief of Alex Station, Tom Wilshire. Tom Wilshire sees the cable. He tells his associate, Michelle Ann Casey, who at this point is running the operation at the Yemen hub. She's in charge of that operation. She's the number 3 or 4 at Alex Station. She writes in her own handwriting on the cable, "Please hold off per Wilshire." And it was sent through email to everybody at Alex Station. All the FBI agents were looking at this cable. They were aghast, thinking that this information would be shared with the FBI. Hey, we got 2 terrorists coming inside the United States. You would think that every agency is on board, saying, yeah, we need to investigate these men. We need to monitor them so they don't do anything. But that wasn't the case here. So a couple of days later, Mark Rossini, who is an FBI agent out of New York under John O'Neill, like Doug Miller, goes and complains to Michelle Ann Casey. And he tells her, hey, what's going on with Doug's cable? Why isn't this being shared? And she tells him, now this is coming from Ray Nowolski, who wrote The Watchdogs Didn't Bark. This is also coming from Paul Thompson, who wrote the book The Terror Timeline. It's also coming from Mark Rossini, who I've interviewed before. And they all state that Michelle Ann Casey told Mark Rossini this: this is not an FBI matter. We think the next attack is in Southeast Asia, where the meeting was being held. If we want the FBI to know, we will let them know. Right now, you will not tell them anything. Mark Rossini was in shock. But knowing that he could face charges from the CIA and arrest in sharing classified information with the FBI, he didn't tell nobody, and neither did Doug Miller. They were pissed off. And they couldn't even tell John O'Neill what they were being told by Michelle Ann Casey. In fact, anything that was inside Alex Station could not be shared with anybody outside without risking arrest and prosecution. It's easy to be an armchair quarterback and say in hindsight that, they should have opened their mouths. But at the time, they didn't know what was going on. And legally, why is this important? Because the CIA is not in charge of domestic matters inside the United States. That's the Department of Justice. The CIA is not legally able to operate inside the United States, conducting operations, even though they do, which is illegal. That's the FBI's job. That's why Michelle Ann Casey told Mark Rossini they think the next attack is in Southeast Asia, which is the CIA's jurisdiction. That means that whatever information the CIA collects, even with the counterterrorism unit, anything that they collect, they don't have to share. And let me tell you something, the amount of information that they didn't share is appalling. Treasonous, when you think about it. So the Hamburg cell comes to the United States, even though Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, by the way, don't forget this. Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi entered the United States in January 15th of 2000. A Tunisian cab driver by the name of Khalid Ben Amarine, under orders from an imam at a Los Angeles mosque called the King Fahd Mosque, headed by Fahad al-Dumeri, tells Khalid bin Marine, "You're going to pick up 2 Saudis," and he doesn't mention their names, "and bring them back here," in which he does. I'm going to mention how important that is later. These 2 men, then Fahd al-Dumeri gives them rooms in which the 9/11 Commission states that they have no idea where Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi stood. This was basically a cover for the Saudi role involving 9/11 hijackers. They stood in a room which was rented by Fahad al-Dumeri. This would later come out through a 9/11 operation called Operation Encore. And so they were the first to arrive inside the United States. Later on, and this is even more a surreal part of the investigation, they were met in a restaurant by a Saudi consular officer who was inside the United States for years as a ghost employee of Davco, who was partly owned by the Saudis, who was getting a Saudi salary by the kingdom directly for a no-show job that he never showed up for. His name is Omar al-Bayoumi. He's at this restaurant with another individual, and in come in 2 men, in which he says were Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi. He overhears them speaking Arabic, and he invites them to live in a place where Omar al-Bayoumi pays for the 2 months rent, helps them get a car license or a driver's license to the DMV, lets them use his cell phone, gives them money on top of it, all at his disposal. He doesn't even know these 2 men, but he gives them all these things. At the same time, there's payments coming in that were coming in through Omar al-Bayoumi's associate, and his name is Osama Basnan. Osama Basnan is a much more militant-minded person. In fact, in one point in the mid-1990s, in the early 1990s, he threw a house party for Omar Abdel Rahman, the Egyptian blind cleric who was basically imprisoned for his role in the landmarks plot after the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, which was supposed to be an operation that was follow up the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. I didn't get into that because it's just another long discussion. However, he threw a housewarming party for him, and the FBI knew about this. Regardless, Osama Basnan's wife, Mawida Dawijak, was getting a salary from Haifa bin Faisal. Well, who's Haifa bin Faisal? Haifa bin Faisal is the wife of U.S. Saudi ambassador Bandar bin Sultan, also known as the nickname Bandar Bush, because he is close friends with the Bush family that goes back 30 years. He was the U.S. Saudi ambassador under Reagan, under Clinton, Bush Sr., and now Bush Jr. This money was coming from an account in Riggs Bank, which has nefarious accounts with nefarious individuals in the Middle East. And this money, which was from Bandar bin Sultan, was given to Haifa bin Faisal, who then sent it to Mawida Dawijak, who then gave it to Osama Basnan, who gave it to Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi. This went on for the next 12 to 14 months. Payments no higher than, say, $5,000 a month, $3,000 to $5,000 a month. The excuse was for a surgery for Osama Basnan, I think, or somebody related to him, or his wife, I forget. But the money went to them through intermediaries. Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi then relocated. They moved out of the apartment that Omar al-Bayoumi had initially helped them to get and paid for, and they rented a room of an individual by the name of Oh, I forget his name. Let me think about it. His code name was Stan. His name was Stan. I forgot the guy's name. It behooves me. Now I forget his name. He was actually a teacher. Well, he alleged to be a teacher at San Diego State University for years, and basically was recruited as an FBI informant by the San Diego FBI field office, and basically was an informant for 20 years. And he was an FBI informant. And he was given a code name Stan for it. And so this person who was renting room now met with Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, rented room to them. Now, these two guys, Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, were supposed to take flight courses because they were selected to be part of a planes operation, which I'm going to get into in a minute. In 1999, it's alleged that the planes operation was proposed by an individual by the name of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was not part of Al Qaeda yet. He was a freelancer operator. Now, for those who don't know, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and I'll give a general description of him. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was a known terrorist operator. He was the uncle of Ramzi Youssef, the perpetrator of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, who was involved with the Pachinko plot. Pachinko plot was basically an international plot that involved 12 planes where bombs would be on these planes, and they would all explode over the Pacific. And the second leg of that plot was that there was going to be a number of planes that were to be hijacked. And they would crash into the Pentagon, the World Trade Center, CIA headquarters, the Golden Gate Bridge, Sears Tower, and a nuclear facility. But that plot didn't materialize. However, one of the persons involved with that plot, Abdul Hakim Murad, who was caught, basically gave Philippines investigators the whole operation up. And he told them about the second wave of that plot. And the person who headed that investigation, Rodolfo Mendoza, forwarded that information to the FBI. That was in 1996. That the FBI was made aware that there were sleeper cells inside the United States that were waiting on orders to hijack planes and crash them into targets. That information is public now because that testimony, which I have uploaded on my WordPress, is available to the public. So Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was part of the Pachinko plot, proposed an idea to bin Laden. Now, listen, take this with a grain of salt because this comes from the testimonies of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Ramzi bin al-Shibh, who were tortured by the CIA. Whether it is true, it could be, or whether it is false, we can never know. And maybe that's the fact of the why they tortured him in the first place, so that we don't have a definitive answer, that will always be left guessing. So, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed in 1999 proposed an idea to bin Laden that instead of putting bombs on planes, that we hijack planes and crash them into American targets. And he proposed 10 planes to be hijacked. Bin Laden said he'd think about it, but he told Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to swear bayat, loyalty to bin Laden and join al-Qaeda, in which Khalid Sheikh Mohammed refused because he liked to be independent. He liked to move around. He didn't like to take orders from nobody. He liked to plot and create operations abroad in the Philippines and Indonesia. So, a year later, he comes back. He proposes the idea again. Bin Laden agrees, but this time, only using 4 planes. When the Hamburg cell goes to Afghanistan in 2000, they were selected as to be pilots for the planes. But at the same time, 2 people that were already inside the United States, Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, who were selected by bin Laden, they were also to be pilots. So, while they were inside the United States, I'm fast forwarding back to Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi. So while they were inside the United States, they were supposed to take English lessons because they were poor in English. They barely could speak a word of it, while at the same time training at flight schools, but they never did. So while they were trying to learn English and train at flight schools, they failed miserably. And while they were renting a room from this FBI informant, codenamed Stan, his name, by the way, it just came to my mind. Abdus Sutter Sheikh was his name. He doesn't tell them he's an FBI informant, by the way. You know, he just doesn't tell them anything about it. But he doesn't tell the FBI that there's two guys who just arrived inside the United States. He said, yeah, I'm renting room to these two men, Khalid and Nawaf. But the FBI agent handler, who's handling Abdus Sutter Sheikh, says, well, what's their full names? But Abdus Sutter Sheikh doesn't tell them. That's mysterious if you think about it. You know, if he doesn't think that these guys are up to no good, why wouldn't he just tell them their names? But he only tells them their first names. And Steve O'Brien, his handler, basically, you know, tries to pressure him throughout the years. You know, throughout the weeks. You know, who are these guys? You know, give me their, yes, just give me their. He never tells them. Never tells them. Now, while they're inside the United States in the year 2000, members of the Hamburg cell first arrived inside the United States. Mohammed Atta, Mohammed Al-Shei, they go to Florida. Ziad Jarrah comes later. He goes to Florida. However, Ziad Jarrah, and remember this, always lives alone. Never is seen with any of the hijackers. Never lives with them, never stays with them, never meets them. Now, just to remind you, while in Germany, the BFV, the German intelligence agency, would later say to Der Spiegel, a German publication, after 9/11, that at no point was Ziad Jarrah ever seen with Mohammed Atta, Mohammed Al-Shei, Ramzi bin Al-Shib, even while they were in Germany, except for one time. And this came through a picture which was taken at a wedding by another member of the Hamburg cell, Saeed Bahaji. Ziad Jarrah was taken in a picture, and in the picture was other members of the Hamburg cell. But the Germans basically say that the only link that Ziad Jarrah was with the Hamburg cell was that the FBI stated that they did so. Keep that in mind. Because while Ziad Jarrah was in Germany, and while he was with his girlfriend's Asia Sanguine, who he met at the University of Greifswald, he never lives with her either. He never lives with any of the hijackers, ever at any point, even up until 9/11. Not once. So, while Ziad Jarrah is training at a flight school in Florida International Training Center, at Hub in Aviation, you have Mohammed Atta, Mohammed Al-Shei training. Now, Ramzi bin Al-Shib, who was supposed to come inside the United States, couldn't get a U.S. visa. So he became a logistics associate, managed to coordinate money and operations between Germany and Al-Qaeda and the Hamburg cell in Florida. Now, mind you, you have Saudi intelligence operatives monitoring Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi out west. On the East Coast, you have what's commonly known as the Israeli Mossad, or Israeli intelligence units affiliated with the Mossad. And they were operating on a number of fronts. One was the art student ring. Now, this was a huge, it's the biggest intelligence ring ever operating inside U.S. soil, ever, even to this point in time. It involved approximately 250 individuals who were posing as art students, usually 2 men, 1 woman, and the woman was always pretty. And they would go to these agencies or to their houses, members of the FBI, members of the Drug Enforcement Agency, and try to sell their cheap art to them. Now, it's alleged by a number of authors that the art itself had listening devices, which is the reason why they were selling this art, which you're probably saying, well, why were they selling art to begin with? So you can understand this whole intelligence ring by Israel was enormous because it involved signals intelligence. There was another unit, was headed by Israeli units, and that's the moving companies. Now, most of you know about urban moving systems, but there were other moving companies like Classic International Movers, White Glove Movers, Max Movers, that were operating in Florida, in New Jersey, and in New York. Urban Moving Systems has a warehouse in Weehawken, New Jersey. And they also have, that's now closed down, by the way. And there's there's an Urban Moving Systems located in Manhattan to the current day, but they're not the same, but they relocated. It's under different management, so don't bother calling in and asking, hey, are you the guys that, were involved with, don't bother them. Don't do that to them. It's they don't know any, they're distant from it. It's 20 years later, they're under a new management, new people, and everybody involved with the company is long gone. Long gone. Even the employees, long gone. So while this is going on, they were living within driving distance of these Hamburg cell. Mohammed Atta and Shehi were living in a place called Hollywood, Florida. Now, about 20 miles away, there was a number of art students and members of the moving companies that were living close by, within driving distance, monitoring these people. Now, Robbie Martin of Media Roots Radio has done an extensive background, as well as my co-researcher, DJ Thermal Detonator, as well as Ryan Dawson of ANC Report, who have exhaustingly reported about the Israeli intelligence arm located in Florida, in New Jersey, and New York. And for those who don't know any about them, you're probably, whether you're living under a rock and don't know these people, but these are the best researchers in the United States right now, probably in the world. And I'm not exaggerating. So look them up and look up their work. You have the Israeli intelligence monitoring the Hamburg cell out east, the Saudis out west. Not to mention the CIA and the NSA listening and doing human intelligence in Yemen. So, whether or not the CIA and the NSA knew about the Saudis and Israelis inside the United States, or they got them to conduct the operation in the hopes of sharing that information with them. Now, this is all speculation, but these agencies existed. Now, how is it that the Saudis and Israelis knew to monitor these people? Well, the Israelis later came out and said, well, we were conducting covert operations inside the United States about Hamas and Al-Qaeda. But later on, they gave a list to the United States about the hijackers inside the United States and gave them their names. And it wasn't the whole list, but it was a majority of them. And this is before 9/11. How the hell would they know that? Were they doing a separate operation outside the CIA and NSA? And they caught wind of the plot? That very well could be. Or did the NSA and the CIA got wind of the plot and involved the Saudis and Israelis to become part of the plot in the hopes of collecting information and stopping the operation or allowing the operation to continue? These propositions, these scenarios I'm giving you is not fringe conspiracy, ladies and gentlemen. These are plausible scenarios. I don't know for sure, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Somehow, the Israelis and Saudis knew about this operation from either the CIA or the NSA, or they were conducting separate or joint operations themselves. It's the only plausible explanation for this. Now, mind you, the CIA sat on this information about Khalid al-Mihdhar and Waqar Hazmi for over 16 months. They never told the State Department through their national security briefings. National security briefing involves members of the highest levels of the Pentagon, as well as the intelligence arm of the CIA, the DI, the FBI, the NSA. to do monthly meetings with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, in involving pertinent matters involving the security of the United States. They have this every month. At no point did Director Tenet ever tell them that there were 2 Al-Qaeda operatives inside the United States throughout the year 2000 and throughout the year 2001. None. Never tells them anything. Right there just goes to show you that the CIA intentionally withheld information, not just from the FBI, but from the State Department. The NSA, at the same time, doesn't tell the CIA everything they have, and never tells the FBI what they have, and never tells the State Department what they have. What does that tell you? And on top of that, you have covert operations from the Saudis and the Israelis who never tell anybody anything about what they're collecting. And who knows what they collected? Who knows what information they got? Because we can never know. Why? Because that information belongs with the countries of those states. It's not classified by the United States. It's classified by their states. So you tell me what they collected. Who knows if they did it all? Now, that there could be another possibility. Maybe they didn't collect anything at all. Maybe there was nothing. But I would submit to you that that's not true. Because if the CIA and NSA had collected information, which could have stopped 9/11, what the hell do you think the Saudis and Israelis could have done? Okay, so fast forward to the year 2000s. Operations like the Millennium Plot, which basically was it's a multi-tiered plot, which was going to attack operations in Jordan and inside the United States, where they were going to bomb LAX International Airport in Los Angeles by a person by the name of Ahmed Wassam, who came out of Al Farouk training camp, who knew a number of Al-Qaeda operatives, who was caught, and he basically told the FBI everything. This information would later become part of an important presidential daily brief, which most of you people in this room know about, called the August 6th Presidential Daily Memo. And it was called Bin Laden Determined to Attack the United States, inside the United States. Bin Laden Determined to Attack inside the United States. That means that the intelligence agencies knew that Bin Laden was going to attack the United States in the United States, using planes as weapons. This information was overwhelming. It was coming from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, from Israel, from Germany, from Spain, from Argentina, from every damn European and Middle East country. Now, the information's vague that was shared with the United States. They knew that Bin Laden wanted to attack the United States, inside the United States, using planes, but they didn't know when and where, allegedly. I got to throw that in there. Who knows what they heard? So, the warnings in 2001 were now becoming enormous. Every month, almost every week, the information the CIA was getting, that the NSA was getting, was enormous. It was glaring. Hey, there's going to be an attack. Everybody knows it. We got to beef up security at immigration. We got to beef up security at every airport. But did they? No, they didn't. Now, August 2001, August 16th, 2001, the CIA, with all this information about hijackers living inside the United States, about them wanting to attack the United States, hold an emergency principals meeting where members of the NSA, the FBI, and the State Department were to attend. It was the only time George Tenet and Richard Blee would come and announce. And in this information, which was chaired by Richard Clark, the Counterterrorism Security Council head, where they basically say there are two hijackers living inside the United States, which is unbelievable when you think about it. But what they doesn't tell them was that they also had U.S. visas. He doesn't tell them their full names, just tells them their name, Khalid and Nawaf. Richard Clark says, how long did you know this information? Tenet doesn't tell them the truth. He doesn't tell them that they knew all the way since January of 2000. It is now August 2001. They're now scrambling to see if they can find two needles in a haystack. They only know that there's two guys, Nawaf and Khalid, and they're in Los Angeles. The FBI is now tasked to try and find these two men. And they find out their full names, Khalid al-Mihdhar, Nawaf Azmi. However, they're not in Los Angeles now. They're long gone. Nobody knows where they are. They're actually in New York, but they don't know they're in New York. Members of the Hamburg cell, well, they're being monitored by Israeli intelligence, living in Maryland, living in Florida, living in Virginia. The muscle hijackers, they're all coming. All of these men that were coming from Saudi Arabia, from the Riyadh consular office. By the way, most of these muscle hijackers who were filling out applications to come inside the United States couldn't tell you who they were meeting, didn't have any money on their person, couldn't tell them whether, who they were staying with, and barely any of them spoke English. Now, the consular officer in charge of the Jeddah U.S. consular office is J. Michael Springman. You probably heard of him. He suspended many of these applications. I believe it was 12. And they were all involved with the 9/11 plot. They were muscle hijackers. They suspended these applications. However, his suspension was overruled because his superior, Shania Steiger, was a CIA case officer. And she overruled him. And all those men came to the United States at different time frames, different months in 2001. It was the summer of 2001, July, August. But they all came. So now they're all inside the United States. And at this point in time, they started picking out the date for these operations. The plane tickets were bought on a computer. And later on, it was noted that the NSA even collected information about that. The FBI couldn't find Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf Azmi. The CIA knew exactly where they were. The NSA knew exactly where they were. And most likely the Israelis and the Saudis knew exactly where they were. But they never told the FBI and the State Department. Just 2 days prior to 9/11, Ziad Jarrah, along with members of the Flight 93 team, the muscle hijackers, rent a room at the Days Inn Motel. 2 days prior to the attacks, Ziad Jarrah, you would think, rents one room. He rents two rooms, one for himself and one for the muscle hijackers. Now, you would think that he would want to live with them, to coordinate attacks with them, to get to know them, to hear what they have to say. Why does he need a room to himself? I'm going to bring all this up regarding Ziad Jarrah in a minute, and why it's important, and why I think the biggest part involving Israel and 9/11 is involving through Ziad Jarrah. But nevertheless, 9/11 happens. Everybody gets on the planes. Everybody, including Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shehi, they're seen getting boarding passes by employees at Dulles and Logan, and in Newark, the muscle hijackers were seen getting on these planes. Yes, there's hardly any camera evidence, but there is one camera, security camera at Dulles in which captures, now this is DJ Thermal Detonator's magnificent work, which shows that these muscle hijackers, Khalid Al-Mihdhar and Nawaf Hazmi, all get on, they go through security screening, and there's a victim of Flight 77, Marie Ray Sopper. She's on the camera, she's holding her cat in a cat basket. She gets on, she goes through security, and they go on the plane. But there's phone calls made on these planes that say a certain number of hijackers were on these planes. With Flight 77, it's 6, according to a flight attendant named Renee May, and not 5. With the FBI later says there were 5, but Renee May claims there were 6. There were 6 phone calls on Flight 93, 2 by flight attendants, 4 by civilians, passengers, who claim only 3 hijackers and not 4 were on that plane. Regarding Flight 11 and 175, it's 5 each, but we don't know because whether there could have been more or there could have been less. Very few phone calls involving the number of hijackers were made on this plane. Now, Betty Young, who was a flight attendant on board Flight 11, she's reported to have made a 20-minute phone call, but only 6 minutes of that audio is played for the public. Where's the 14 other minutes? Why isn't that recorded? Later on, American Airlines draft report after 9/11 happened would report, a draft report, that there was a gunshot heard on that plane, which killed Daniel Lewin. Daniel Lewin was seated in 6B or 5B, and sitting right behind him was a hijacker named Satam al-Saskami. Now, it's alleged that Saskami stabbed him and killed him. But in the draft report, the American Airlines, this is coming from American Airlines, stated that a gun killed Daniel Lewin. But this didn't make it to the final report of the American Airlines report, which was presented to the 9/11 Commission. Jane Garvey, the regional director of the FAA, basically corrected that report, saying that that was a mistake. Now, it could have been, but where did they get that information that it was a gunshot? Because that's a distinct difference between a knife and a gun. You can mistake a knife with a box cutter, for example, or something like something pointy. But how do you mistake a gun for a knife? Just, I don't know. That seems strange. Now, there's reports of weapons being found on these planes, like other planes that were on other planes, taped to the back of food trays, underneath the seats. That's not speculation. That's coming from CNN in articles dated after 9/11. That they later on would find out planes were on 9/11, and in the days after, when the FAA allowed the planes to transact business, that there were other planes with weapons found on the days afterwards. And DJ Thermal Detonator is the only person I know that covered this story. Okay, now let's go to 93, because this might be the big smoking gun of all. But much of what I'm going to tell you is speculation. But like I said, with smoke, there's fire. With Flight 93, there were reports of 3 hijackers. Now, Flight 93 is the only plane where the cockpit voice recorder survived and the flight data recorder survived. And all the material was transcribed from that, from the National Transportation Safety Board. And you could hear what was going on in the cockpit. Now, according to the eyewitness, according to the people on the plane, you have 2 people in the cockpit, one flying the plane, one sitting next to him, and you have one guy outside the door. Now, the guy outside the door is supposedly wearing a bomb belt, according to the people on the plane, but the bomb belt is not legitimate. Now, I submit to you, this is the only person on the plane that is notably wearing a bomb belt. Now, supposedly there was a bomb on Flight 175 or maybe a gun on Flight 77, but this is the only instance where a hijacker has a visible bomb belt. Was this to make up for the fact that there was a lack of hijackers on this plane? It very well could be. Now, according to the transcript, the audio wasn't made public. It was played for the victims' families in the Zacchaeus Moussaoui trial of 2006, but the transcript is public. And in that transcript, there is no mention of Ziad Jarrah. There is no Ziad. The only name that's mentioned is Saeed. Well, there is a muscle hijacker. His name is Saeed Al-Ghamdi. Now, as the passengers were revolting because they ran to the cockpit door and they supposedly killed the one hijacker outside the door, they were trying to get in to Flight 93, and they were using a food cart to bash in. And in the 1 minute before impact, the person sitting next to the pilot is saying, Saeed, up, down, meaning take the plane up and down so they could throw off the people from getting into the cockpit. Now, the victims' families who heard the audio basically saying that we were hearing the door being crashed with the food cart, glass being broken and stuff and whatnot. Where is the fourth hijacker? Where is Ziad Jarrah? Now, in the days of 9/11, I mean, on 9/11 itself, you know about the reports with urban moving systems. There was a van outside this apartment called Doric Towers, and there was this one woman named Maria. She saw them with binoculars, cheering upside. They were celebrating the attack of the North Tower. It's alleged that they had a video camera, and they caught video of it. And there are also reports of people in Doric Towers that said that they saw a white van at 8 a.m. But they didn't see anybody in the outside the van. Whether they were in the van, I don't know. Whether it was an Urban Moving Systems van, it was the same box van, but they didn't see Urban Moving Systems on it. Or maybe their viewpoint couldn't see it, but they saw the van. Whether it was them or not, I don't know. According to the Easy Pass records that they got from the van, they could have arrived there just like minutes before the impact. Just minutes. It was minutes. Could have been. But we do know for sure that they were seen celebrating the attack. Now, the video camera was handed off to a woman, according to the FBI reports, and basically it was never retrieved. The FBI basically covered it up and said that there was no video camera evidence, even though that there were witnesses at Doric Towers that said yes, it was more than one. And if you read the FBI redacted reports, which is available on scrib.com or archive.org, and I basically have it uploaded on my WordPress for free. You can watch it, you can view it. And I wrote a long article about this too, about the Israelis and the FBI files, where they basically said, yes, they had a video camera, but they didn't find it. The FBI covered it up. Anyway, they took pictures. So they leave, and there's a Be on the Lookout. There's a BOLO, Be on the Lookout, nationwide about Urban Moving Systems van. And at 3:30 p.m. at the New Jersey Juncture, New Jersey Turnpike, where there's traffic trying to get out of the city. Now there's a citywide lockdown. Nobody leaves, nobody comes in because of the attacks. And so there's one cop named Scott DiCarlo, and there's another detective, Rizzuto. I forgot his name, first name, Rizzuto. They basically see this truck, Urban Moving Systems van. So they look at the license plate, and the number is one letter off, one number off. But Scott DiCarlo is going to basically tells him to pull aside anyway. And he says, hey, can we see your driver's license? Can you get out of the truck? And they didn't get out. Now, they know English, these guys. And it's 5 of them. There were 3 seen celebrating, but in the truck, there's 5 guys. So they tell them to get out again, and they don't. Meanwhile, now DiCarlo and Rizzuto have their guns out. And so Scott DiCarlo basically drags out the driver, and it's Paul Kurzberg. Sivan Kurzberg. The other people in the truck are Paul Kurzberg, his brother, Omar Al-Mamri, Oded Elner, and I forgot the other person. Oded Elner, Omar Mamri, and Yaron Shmuel. Those are the 5 guys. They all work for Urban Moving Systems. So they detain them. They bring them back to the FBI, the East Rutherford office, and the FBI takes over the case. They start questioning them. And they lie to them straight up. They don't want to take any. They took lie detector tests and they fail all of them. Fail all of them. So they're held for 71 days until pressure comes from two unnamed congressmen with Alan Dershowitz, the famed Jewish lawyer that's involved with the O.J. Simpson case and maybe even the Epstein case. We don't know for sure, but he's a dirtbag anyway. He acts as a mediator for their release, and they're released. And not only are they released, but all the people from the art student ring that I mentioned previously, they were also detained. And they were all detained, a majority of them were detained on student visa violations, which is basically not a major crime. But they can't be held by the FBI, so they're turned over to the INS. And the INS releases them on the orders of the FBI, even though there were some FBI agents who said that they knew more than what they were alluding to, members of the Irving Movie Systems. And for most of you, you're thinking, well, that's it. That's all we know about Irving Movie Systems. Not so fast. Because I'm going to name two more Israeli students or members of Irving Movie Systems that you most likely never heard before. And this is where I'm going to link Ziad Jarrah and to 9/11 and Israel. But I'm going to use speculation. I'm going to be honest. But you'll understand why. So on September 11, 2001, the Irving Movie Systems van is noticed in Pennsylvania. They get pulled over. This is before the Bolo comes out. They get pulled over. They're saying they're going on a move, and I think they're going to either Ohio or Chicago. I don't know. I always get this mixed up. They're either going to Ohio or Chicago, but they don't know. I don't know this. They not doing anything. They let go. The next day, September 12th, that truck is coming back at the freeway in York, Pennsylvania. Now, York, Pennsylvania police pulls them over because now there's a be on the lookout vote for anyone working for Irving Movie Systems. Any van that's seen, pull them over and detain them. So they get pulled over. And in the truck is nothing. There's no furniture. There's nothing in the truck. So if they're going to service a client and move them, how is it that there's nothing in the truck? So they call the manager of Irving Movie Systems, and his name is Dominic Suter. And he says, Mr. Suter, is there a Roy Barak and Modi Butbul working for you? And he says, yes, they work for me here in Irving Movie Systems. He says, well, they claim to have had a client and they're moving them to New Jersey. And Dominic Suter says this: due to the prior day's events, we didn't have anybody outside of New Jersey. The cop tells him, well, how can you explain this? Dominic Suter says, it's strange. I can't explain it. They're detained and they're brought back to the FBI and they're investigated. And it finds out that those two guys, especially Modi Butbul, is involved with Israeli signals intelligence. Now, you may say, well, why is this important? Well, on the freeway, what they were taking, and I forgot the name of the freeway, I think it's 78, Interstate 78. Interstate 78 is basically passing by Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Just less than a mile. Not even it's a short drive. Now, while investigators were scouring the huge debris field in Shanksville, there's all types of debris being blown in the wind, paper, which made it a huge debris field. One such artifact that was found at Shanksville was a business card. The business card was belonging to Ziad Jarrah. And on the back of that business card is the name Asim Al-Jarrah, which had an address located in Germany, which belonged to Ramzi bin Al-Shib. Now, here's a great connection, which could lead to something much more than you ever heard in your life. Who's Asim al-Jarrah? Asim al-Jarrah is the uncle of Ziad Jarrah. He's also a member of the Abu Nidal organization, a paramilitary guerrilla Arab terrorist organization, a splinter group of the Palestinian Liberation Organization meant to usurp the PLO by conducting terrorist acts in Europe and in the United States. However, Asim al-Jarrah was also an intelligence asset for Libya, for Germany, for Israel. He was involved in a number of operations, including one such operation involving Pan Am 108, I think. I could be a little bit off about that, where the operation was called Operation Jara, and that was in the 1980s. Ziad Jarrah also has a cousin. His name is Ali al-Jarrah. Ali al-Jarrah was a school teacher in Lebanon. He was arrested in 2011, arrested by Hezbollah and Lebanese authorities, for he was an Israeli asset for 25 years, sharing information, getting money for information, conducting himself inside Hezbollah and collecting information and giving it to Israeli Mossad. He has a brother, Ali al-Jarrah, named Joseph al-Jarrah, who for 10 years was assisting him in this operation. Ali al-Jarrah had a house in Syria, which basically was a conduit between Israel and Lebanon. And he had a girlfriend on the side who was operating out of this house. Meanwhile, he lived very modestly with his family. And he was collecting, I think he collected over $300,000 for his operations involving the Israeli Mossad. Now, what I'm about to tell you is speculation. Okay? So take this as it is. There's no evidence behind it. But I think Ziad Jarrah was the Israeli mole inside the Hamburg cell to give information to the Israelis about this operation. Like I said, whether the operation was told to them by the NSA or CIA, or the Israelis were conducting their own separate operation outside the NSA and CIA. I don't think Ziad Jarrah ever got on Flight 93. That's why the FBI claims that he was the pilot and that there were 4 hijackers. But if we listen to the phone calls of 6 people made on that plane, 6 people claimed to have seen 3 hijackers. 3 of those phone calls stated that all 3 men were dark-skinned males. If you Google Ziad Jarrah, he looks white. The FBI doesn't know that either Ziad Jarrah made a phone call to his girlfriend, Aza Sanguine, whether it was in the hotel or whether it was in Newark Airport. Now, how do you not know? You can trace the number to the origin of the call. That's coming from the 9/11 Commission. And the only thing that keeps me from saying that he wasn't on the plane is because Ziad Jarrah's voice is heard when he says on the plane through the broadcast system that everybody sit down, we're going back to the airport, and that there's a bomb on board, so please sit. It is his voice. Now, whether that voice is transcribed through the message system from radar ground control, which you could buy these radar satellite phones that can communicate to the cockpit. That technology does exist, by the way. That could very well could be. Who knows? But as long as that hangs in the air, I can't say that he wasn't on the plane. But like I said, if Ziad Jarrah had family that had Israeli intelligence, how is it that Al-Qaeda could involve him in the biggest operation of all time without doing a background search about his family that's involved heavily with intelligence. Needless to say, not just Israeli intelligence, but intelligence in general. Qasem al-Jarrah was involved with European intelligence that goes back to the 70s. But that's by speculation right there. I think he was exactly the mold that the CIA tried to get through Operation Jawbreaker, through Covert Black and George Tenet, that they wanted an informant in Al-Qaeda, but they just couldn't do it. The Israelis could. Why? Because they have covert units like the Mr. Arim, who basically take these courses involving how to look like an Arab, how to sound like, how to speak Farsi, how to speak Arabic, how to speak Pashtun. They take these courses over 9 weeks. It's a very covert unit that's meant to usurp and infiltrate Hamas and Hezbollah in Israel. But who's to say that Ziad Jarrah wasn't exactly that? Is it a stretch for me to say that he was an Israeli asset? Is it a fringe conspiracy? That the one that doesn't meet the qualifications of the scientific method? But that's why I say it's speculation. Immediately after the attacks, the cover-up began by the FBI. They did their own investigation. It was called the Pent Bomb investigation, where they involved, by the way, this is the largest FBI investigation ever in their history. They spent tens of millions of dollars in this investigation, where they found out that there was a dragnet much bigger than 19 hijackers. And maybe that's the reason why Mohammed Atta and Abdulaziz Al-Amari traveled to Portland. Why else would they go to Portland in the first place? Who were they meeting when they rented a hotel there? Why would they go all the way there just to make a connecting flight to Logan? It doesn't make sense. None of the hijackers do it. And they almost missed their flight by a mere minutes. 3 minutes. And that's coming from Portland and Logan employees who gave them their boarding passes saying, hey, you're just going to cut it. You're going to miss your flight. One of them was Vaughn Alex, who gave Mohammed Atta his boarding pass. Why would they risk missing their flight unless it was something important? On September 13th and 14th, when the fly ban was alleviated, over 50 people were detained and arrested by the FBI. One dressed as a pilot trying to get on the plane who was a relative of the bin Laden family. People were coming in with knives, with weapons, trying to board these planes. These planes had weapons hidden underneath the seats, on the back of food trays. So the operation was much bigger than just 4 planes. Does that mean it was Al-Qaeda? Who were these people? Will we ever know? No, because just like the Israelis, the FBI deported all those people. The Saudis that were involved, like Fahad al-Damari, Omar al-Bayoumi, Osama Basnan, they flew back to Saudi Arabia. The families that were living in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Abdul Hajiz al-Haji, and all those people who were entertaining Mohammed Atta Maona Shehi, they left in the weeks prior to 9/11. The FBI is conducting an investigation currently on that. All the people that were intimately involved, whether it's Israel or Saudi Arabia, inside the United States, all those people were deported by who? The FBI and INS. On whose orders? The State Department. And that's why the Bush administration were hell-bent against a committee, a 9/11 committee investigating these matters, until too much pressure from the widows of 9/11 pressured the State Department, which got backing not just from the public, but also from the media. And so the 9/11 Commission was created. But they already had a story before the commission was even finished. And just to make it straight, not everything in the 9/11 Commission report is wrong, Some of it is wrong, some of it is true, but most of it is missing. One of them being Able Danger, which was a defense intelligence operation headed by the Department of the U.S. Army, which collected metadata on the hijackers prior to 9/11, and it was ordered destroyed. That information was related to Director Philip Zelikow from Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, who was involved with Able Danger, who I've interviewed. When he told Zelikow about the operation, Zelikow was floored, this COVID operation, saying he's going to use it in the commission report. Guess what? Wasn't in the report. Thomas Drake, former senior executive of the NSA, who said that the metadata that the NSA collected, which I previously mentioned to you throughout this talk, was presented to the deputy director of the NSA, Maureen Baginski, showed it to her, said, look at all the information we collected, in which she told Thomas Drake, Tom, I wish you had not shown me that. And he explains why. Because she no longer had plausible deniability. Here they are, the NSA, the leading agency in the operation, collecting all this data, heard all the phone calls from Bin Laden's satellite phone, from the house in Yemen, from people inside the United States, hijackers themselves, all into information never shared with any agency in the State Department. And all Maureen Baginski was worried about was plausible deniability. They could no longer say, we didn't know. They did know. They knew. And they withheld this information. But why? That's the question. Why? Thomas Drake basically says that the NSA alone had amounted to so much metadata that they alone could have stopped all of 9/11 completely outside of any agency. No agency on the earth, including the CIA, including the Israelis, including the Saudis, no agency on the earth had more information about the operation than the NSA. The CIA, when they were investigated by the 9/11 Commission, the Joint House Inquiry Report, what did they say? Well, when the cable came in about Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, George Tenet, the director, basically said, nobody read that cable. Guess what? 53 agents in counterterrorism and analytic station read that cable, including the FBI agents Doug Miller and Mark Rossini. They lied. He committed, he retracted himself later, but he lied under oath. George Tenet did. Tom Wilshire, who was hidden behind a petition screen, basically said that the FBI had all the information they needed. And sitting next to him is an FBI agent, later to be found, Steve Bongard from Washington, D.C., who basically said, we didn't get all the information. Basically telling Wilshire he's a liar straight to his face without saying he's a liar. Cofer Black, who was later investigated, who was later gave a testimony to the Joint House Inquiry Report, he basically said that the information was vague. The CIA didn't know what they had because it was so much, it was vague. Meanwhile, it was descriptive regarding Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi. It was descriptive regarding Khalid and the Malaysia summit meeting. It was descriptive that they had U.S. visas and they were inside the United States. They knew, and they intentionally withheld information. And and where's that evidence coming from? It came from the CIA themselves. There was a meeting in the summer of 2001, June of 2001, where a CIA analyst from Alex Station had met with two FBI agents, and those two agents were later found out to be Dina Corsi and Steve Bongard. And Clark Shannon, the CIA case officer, showed them photographs. And the photographs were Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid, Walid bin Attash, that's his name. And he asked the FBI, do you know who these people are? The FBI basically says, no, I don't know who these people are. And he says, well, I can't tell you who they are. And Steve Bongard says, well, why are you following them? And he says, I can't tell you that. And Steve Bongard is yelling at him now, saying, why? Why can't you tell us? Why are you showing these pictures? He says, I can't tell you because the DCI, which is the director of Central Intelligence, George Tenet, basically says, "I'm not allowed to show. I don't have authorization to tell you." George Tenet, under investigation by the Joint House Inquiry, basically says Clark Shannon never said that, even though Clark Shannon gave behind closed door testimony to those same people at the Joint House Inquiry, saying that's exactly what Tenet told them. Now, I did a separate podcast based on just that testimony. Go look up Carl Levin and the Joint House Inquiry Report podcast. It's probably one of my most important because it shows intentional, not just withholding information, intentionally withholding information to the FBI and the State Department about hijackers living inside the United States, about Al-Qaeda, not hijackers, I'm sorry, Al-Qaeda operatives who later became hijackers. Why did they withhold this information? That's the question. Why did the CIA withhold information? Why did Israel withhold information? Why did Saudi Arabia withhold information? Well, the 9/11 Commission went and interviewed Fahad al-Dumeri, Omar al-Bayoumi, Osama Basnan, and in every single one, it's called the Memorandum for the Record. It's uploaded on my WordPress. Go read them. And the 9/11 Commission report, even in the report, basically said they found Fahad al-Dumeri and Osama Basnan deceptive, meaning they didn't tell the truth. But did they interview Israelis, Irving Moving Systems, or Dominic Suri? No, they didn't. Nobody cares to interview them. So, to sum it up and to wrap it up, and I'll take questions afterwards if you want, just request questions. The intelligence services, domestic and foreign, had so much metadata, so much information that goes back to the early 90s to 2001 involving the investigations of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, not the other way around. That they later claimed that they didn't have information, that the information was vague. And everything I told you is public source information, meaning that I'm not just making this up. This information is public for everybody, but it's not reported by everybody. And with the 9/11 Truth Movement basically making these fringe conspiracies such as no planes and no hijackers, well, guess what? If we don't have planes and hijackers, that means you don't have the intelligence agencies like Israel, Saudi Arabia, CIA, and NSA monitoring who? Hijackers. Because if there's no hijackers, who are they monitoring? Nobody. Now, whether this is intentional to throw the 9/11 Truth Movement off or to basically subvert them and say, look, they're just a bunch of idiots, that very well could be, to discredit them in the public eye. Well, it's working. Right now, there's a 12-hour conference wrapping up, 12 hours, where they're talking about what happened at the Pentagon. 21 years later, if you don't know what happened at the Pentagon, then you're lost. So, if everybody has questions, I see one requesting. Let me see if I can request. Okay, hold on. Invite, add a speaker. Go ahead, sir. Okay. There he is.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, that's me and peace on you guys.
Malaikum assalam. What's up?
I just have a question.
Sure.
Do you guys still believe in the American media? That's it.
Well, no. I mean, generally, the media themselves, when it comes to 9/11, basically just repudiated or repeated the 9/11 Commission report, which is basically a shallow report. They won't ever entertain the intelligence issues of the CIA or Israel or Saudi Arabia or the NSA. They won't talk about the operations that were happening in the mid '90s. So they basically just say, "Oh, it was 19, Muslim fanatics, and they hate our freedoms and whatnot." But that's not the case. That's not true. And you could basically just listen to the statements made by these people who conduct these operations, and it's not about women's wearing short skirts. It's not about music, and Islam hates us. That's not true. These people aren't even Muslims in any traditional sense. Wahhabi Muslims are basically antithetical to the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad in the Quran. These are hadith people who follow the works of Ibn Taymiyyah or Ibn Hanbal. They're not Quranic scholars. These are hadith scholars. And yeah, I don't believe anything the media tells me. So next up is Darren. And hold on, Darren. Go ahead, pal. Darren, you're a speaker.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I just want to say to Adam, who is a fellow friend and a fellow researcher, as we collaborate on some stuff. I want to say thank you for doing this, Adam. You did a wonderful job. Take time out of your day for talking over 2 hours about 9/11 and the importance of it, and not these fringe conspiracies. Because the only way we're going to get a gist of 9/11 is the truth, not whether no planes and no hijackers or any other stuff, nuclear bombs in the basement, space beams, all that stuff. What Adam said for these last 2+ hours was absolutely 100% factual. And I would just encourage everybody to really take in what he said. It's a lot of information. Trust me, I know. You're not going to learn 9/11 in just one little segment here or days or weeks. It takes years to actually understand it, especially the geopolitical part of it. So again, I just want to thank Adam for his time and his knowledge. And the guy's one of the best. Him and DJ Thermal Detonator, Nelson Martins, are probably two of the best 9/11 researchers in the world. And I'm not saying it because they're friends, because I'm saying it because it's factual. I was a conspiracy person, a fringe conspiracy person, before I met those two guys, and they've been nothing but spot on. And the research is very, very good. And I would just suggest everyone to really heed what he said today. So thank you, Adam.
Oh no, listen, thank you, Darren. And what I want is basically an educated public where we can act on the information and not just believe. I'm a big firm proponent of ascertaining knowledge. You can believe whatever you want. You can't go to court with belief. You can believe that no plane hit the Pentagon, that no plane hit the World Trade Center, but do you know it? And that's why I would rather have an educated audience rather than an uneducated one, because we can make a difference. And yeah, I'm a small time channel. I'm a nobody. Ryan Dawson is a huge channel. Nelson is a bigger channel than me. These guys can reach a bigger audience. They're, better authorities on 9/11 than I ever am. And, there's not many of us. That's the problem. And what I'm trying to do is trying to do my due diligence and my duty. And I really believe this. This is not something, it's not like, he's trying to sound wishy-washy. No, I really believe it, that in the future, that the people that listen to me, I don't want people just follow me. I want people that listen to me, but they open up their own channels and they inform people and they reach a bigger audience than I ever could. And that's how you build a movement, by the way. And with that, we then can maybe, force a future investigation, and then, have reputable people trying to push the issues about why the NSA, why the Israelis, why the Saudis withheld information from us and what they collected, because that wasn't covered in the 9/11 Commission. Hey, Bill Gates, about Bill Gates. Okay, you're on speaker. You're muted, pal. Yes. You're not talking, Bill Gates. We can't hear you. I'll give you another couple of seconds. But we can't hear anything you're saying. Tell you what. Oh, okay. You're connecting. Tell you what. No? Requested. All right, I'll do it again. Go ahead, sir. No. We don't hear anything.
Hey, Adam, you got me on.
Okay. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Adam. I just wanted to say thank you as well. Much like Darren, I kind of believe I don't know. I don't want to say I even went into a lot of the fringe conspiracy stuff. I blew a lot of it off. But it's been extremely informative following your work and DJ Thermal Detonator and Ryan Dawson, and I appreciate the time that you put into this. But I just want to encourage everybody that's listening right now. Ask some questions. Ask Adam about like, because there's all these memes that it's like 9/11 has turned into a meme, right? It's like two planes and three buildings, and everybody just accepts it, right? Ask Adam, why don't you think, or like challenge him, like why don't you think they're like the World Trade Center 7 was controlled demolition? Like, why not? You know, or why didn't a missile hit the Pentagon? Because I heard blah blah and blah. Because there's so much bullshit about it. Like we have like films like Loose Change that just, I mean, it's just ridiculous shit. Missiles shot down the planes over Shanksville, et cetera, et cetera. And I know a lot of the people, if you've been here this whole time and you're listening to it, you've obviously you're interested enough, so you've probably heard these kind of talking points. And these talking points are no better than the mainstream media is the problem. It's that you have layers of propaganda. You have the mainstream or the mainstream media, and then you have the next layer of propaganda, which is like Alex Jones. And it's funny because everybody means like, oh, Alex Jones is right about this and right about that. It's like, yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day. And granted, I'm not going to give him any credit, but he's right. He's right about a few things here and there. But he's also pushed a lot of really crazy shit that is basically, in the eyes of the broader public, has discredited many movements, including the 9/11 Truth Movement, because you get people like NPCs or normies or whatever you want to call them who look at like some of the crazy shit he says, because of course, like, I guess if you just listen to Alex Jones all the time, like, you can sort of filter out, oh, that's just Alex being crazy, but that's not what you see on Twitter. You get those like Brooklyn Dad accounts who are like, oh, look at Alex Jones saying like this, insert blank ridiculous fucking thing that he says. So people just automatically discount anything he says. So if Alex Jones even touches an issue, you have like a huge percentage, just all the people who are triple jabbed and et cetera, et cetera. We got the little Ukraine flags in their profile or whatever. They immediately just discount whatever it is. I mean, it could be Jesus could come back to Earth, and the second Alex Jones says something about it, everybody turns on him, puts him on a cross again. So I just want to encourage everybody in here, ask a question. Adam is a really nice guy. Like, this isn't, if you can be challenging to him, and this is a good atmosphere, and yeah, challenge him. I mean, it's a bare minimum. It's what we do with the mainstream media. It's what we do with anybody that tells us any information. Challenge them. If any of this was like, oh, I don't know about that, ask a question, raise your hand, and that's a lot of what this space is about. It's a good opportunity for people to raise their hands and ask a question, and also like feel like you're not going to be berated or shut down. This is what you get with a lot of the 9/11 kind of kook people. Like, you don't see Alex Jones like doing a space and letting it open for dialogue, or I don't know, maybe that's not even the best example, but like a lot of these people like Judith Woods or Jason Burmis or something, like, you don't get to actually engage with these people. They just say stuff, and then you can go look it up or whatever, but you don't get to ask them questions and challenge them. So anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents, and I hope some of you guys will feel comfortable enough to ask me questions. So yeah, that's it for me. And thanks, Adam, again. This was awesome.
Hey Ed, listen, thanks a ton. And yeah, you bring up a good point regarding like accessibility. Like I try to be accessible to every single body in all forms of viral media. Now I'm active on Twitter. I have a Facebook Messenger. I don't have a Facebook account no more. But on Twitter, I mean, you can find me. I'm _ Adam Fitzgerald. And any questions or any comments, I'm always willing, no matter what hour of the day, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm awake, I'm always going to try and be accessible. Because when I first started, my studies into September 11th and Middle East foreign policy and religious fundamentalism was that I didn't have anybody really to turn to back in 2006 and 7. That's when YouTube first started. And, I really was on my own for a long time. But, we don't have to be. And there's other like-minded people out there. And I swore that I would always try to be accessible to everybody. Ziab, go ahead, pal. It's not. He disappeared. There he is.
Bring me up. I'm not sure.
Yes, sir.
Can you?
Yeah, we can hear you. It broke it up, but we can hear you.
Oh, right. Try to get to this better place. Off the back of the last comment and contribution, have you considered making a kind of like a frequently asked questions?
Oh, you're breaking up really bad.
I don't know. Let me test. Is that any better? Can you hear me clearer now?
Yeah, I can hear you, pal.
All right, great.
I can hear you.
So essentially what I was saying was if you've considered making a frequently asked questions where you address these usual kook talking points, as in, for example, like was mentioned in the last comment about these documentaries that have misinformed a lot of people, whether it's to do with the quote unquote demolition or, a missile hitting the Pentagon. Have you considered making frequently asked questions? Because I know someone personally who is still kind of, under the rubble, so to speak, of that intellectual nonsense and misinformation. So I just wondered if you've, for example, I was listening to your video the other day, which addressed the conference, the 9/11 conference, and how you were critiquing some of the presenters, especially as it relates to, them twisting eyewitness testimony, for example. So I just wondered if you've considered doing that, and if you have done it, if you could point us to it.
Oh, this is a great question, because I never even considered doing that, but I would if it means that I could reach a bigger audience and they could reach me regarding whatever question they have. So I'm definitely going to consider that. I'm glad you brought this up, and I can't thank you enough. Do you have a Twitter account? And if you don't, please request me as a friend, and I'll accept. Space Cadet. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute, by the way.
Oh, hey, I wanted to just chime in and elaborate, or not elaborate, but just encourage the frequently asked questions thing. From a marketing perspective, if you're answering, if you're going to say HubSpot or something and looking at all the most frequently asked questions regarding this topic, and you answer those directly in the form of a blog post or a video, then obviously that would help your search rankings, but it would also get to the bottom of some of these things. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'm definitely going to be doing it, because I never even thought about doing that, like a FAQ, a frequently asked questions pack. I'm going to start doing that. I'll probably work on it this weekend and whatnot. I do have I can't work on it this week because I'm doing 2 interviews. One with Ryan Dawson on Monday and another one on Wednesday. So I'll probably do it at the end of next week. But yeah, I really love the idea, and I can't thank you enough for bringing it up. So you guys deserve a lot of credit. So yeah, I'll be doing that. I'm going to work on that. But yeah, hey, this was the first time I ever did something like this. I never did a Twitter table or Twitter space, and I didn't know what I was going to say, because I was actually hoping DJ Thursday was going to join me, but he couldn't. So I was like winging it, really. So what would I talk about? and I wanted to talk about the intelligence agencies and 9/11 itself. And I hope I didn't lose you. Like, I knew it was long. I didn't think it was going to be this long, so I have to apologize for that. Go ahead there, Ed. You're up. You're on mute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to add on that. That's a really good idea. Just because, I mean, well, so a couple things here. So I do some web development stuff. So and I'll talk to you after about this, of course. But just having like a site or something where you can link to articles. You can sort of have an FAQ of like, because you can categorize these things. It's like, Shanksville missiles, Pentagon. There's a couple different Pentagon theories there, there's a Pentagon theory that there was an airplane that came, but it dropped a missile and flew. You know what I'm saying? So like, you can kind of categorize all these things and just have like a link that goes into an article with a video or something like that. That's a really brilliant idea. So I'd like to just thank the people that and from a marketing and SEO perspective as well. That's a whole nother angle too. So I appreciate those comments, and that's all I get.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, I'm going to be working on. I think that's an awesome idea raised by those two gentlemen before, and I'm going to make sure I work on that too. And I'm now that I'm thinking about, like, I'm going to make it a very long. Like, I'll answer a lot of the questions that general people have a lot of general questions too, and there's so many I could think of right now. Like, it's racking my brain as we speak. But I'm definitely going to be working on this at the end of the week myself. So. Space Center. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm going to add you as a speaker. Go ahead.
If you wanted to look into it from a business perspective, there's a book out there called They Ask, You Answer. And the guy basically just had a small pool installation business and just figured out the best ways to acquire customers and on his website, and that's where some of these ideas derive from. But his understanding was that for most businesses, at least, there are generally 5 frequently asked questions, and if you're answering those in detail, then that, of course, drives traffic and helps you get noticed. So for something like this, you could use a tool like HubSpot. I think it's kind of expensive for individuals. I haven't looked in a while, but you can find out the exact questions that people are Googling regarding this topic. And when you answer them, you can have those specific questions as the title to your video or your blog post.
Oh, that's an awesome idea, man. So I owe you a debt of gratitude for bringing that up. That's great. And yeah, dude, I'm all over it. So I really love the idea, actually. I think I saw Gary. Gary, you wanted to say something or nothing? I think. Where are you? Space Cadet? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man. Oh, it's Gary. Gary? Gary? Mute.
Hi.
Yeah, there you go, pal.
Hey, Adam. Thank you very much. That was an amazing presentation. I've learned a lot from you over the last year following your podcast and your Twitter. And thank you for entertaining all of my far out speculations and in our Twitter conversations. I wanted to propose a thought that if we all agree the official narrative and the official release of information is not entirely factual and there was a cover up, I think we can't entirely rely on the information that has been released from the FBI because it could be doctored and manipulated to shape that narrative. I just want to put that out there. So that's why I like to speculate and propose, thought exercises to get to points that we might not get information from official channels. And what you think of that?
Gary, you're the man. You're definitely what. Well, the reason why I like you very much is because you actually bring like a different perspective and challenges to myself because I'm usually inundated with people who ask me about the general questions of 9/11. You don't do that. So I owe you a debt of thanks for doing it. And yes, listen, dude, I speculate too. But like one thing I really have like my big critique of the 9/11 truth movement is that you have a lot of people, these proponents, not the followers, but the proponents of these theories. They use speculation as a form of evidence. And when they speculate, they don't tell you they're doing it. So in other words, they're saying, well, look, this is pretty much evidence. And that's misleading. And, the reason why I came out of viral media and started doing my own channels, because I'm very shy and I don't like my sound of my voice and stuff like that. But I really care about the subject. And it's something that most of my adult life, I've been, trying to learn as much as I can. And I really take great care in what people are saying in regards to this subject. And it's really important because look what's happening. We have a cover up by the federal government. We also have fringe conspiracies that are basically covering up, the people that are involved with the event itself. And it doesn't help when you start making declarations like, hey, by the way, no plane hit the Pentagon. It was a missile. Meanwhile, we have like 86 people who actually saw a plane hit the Pentagon. And then you have people basically saying, well, those people really didn't see a plane and this and that. Meanwhile, look, if you don't have hijackers, you don't have intelligence agencies, and then you don't have world governments who are listening to these intelligence agencies who write out foreign policy programs, who basically have destroyed the Middle East in the process. I think everybody here can agree with that, whether you're an American or not. American policy is written by people who have a vested interest in knowing what's going on before it even happens. That's why the intelligence agencies are the most important entities on the face of this earth, because they collect information, and information is power. And whoever has the most information is the most powerful. So, yes, I take great concern about people who make unfounded speculation, not ridiculous speculation too. But Gary, you don't bring like ridiculous speculation. You bring very good speculation that's reasonable. So, I thank you for it. But yeah, go ahead again. Go ahead. You're on mute. Gary, you're on mute, by the way.
Thanks for saying that, Adam. I would encourage you to interview more eyewitnesses on your podcast and people that were actually there. William Rodriguez, the people that really saw different versions of the official narrative, because that's all we got now. The people that are still alive that were there and have, their own experience to share.
Yeah, listen, Gary, I'm with you. I'm with you there. William Rodriguez, I actually reached out to him when I had a Facebook account, and he basically was on a tour. I think he was going on a tour in South America or something like that, and he couldn't talk at the time. I totally forgot about him. Yeah, I would definitely talk to him. In fact, one of my last podcasts, I'm the only person in the world to interview the Pentagon incident commander, James Schwartz. He arrived on scene 6 minutes after the plane impacted the Pentagon. I'm the only person to reach out to him. And I'm like, why? Like, again, I always say, I'm a nobody. I'm basically, nobody really follows me and stuff like that. How am I reaching out to these people? And it's not like I'm special or anything, or I'm smarter than anybody. I'm not. I'm not an expert in this field. I'm just someone who has a vested interest. So how am I getting to these people when people who have been doing this far longer than me can't? Either they don't want to because it doesn't fit their worldviews they're trying to portray to the public, and that would mean that they're not really honest investigators. That's what I would take it as. But yeah, I'd love to interview William Rodriguez, like, for one. But here's another thing too. I'm not qualified to speak on the World Trade Center. I don't know how it came down. I don't know what happened there. I don't discount bombs or anything like that because, for one, I'm not a physics major. I'm not an engineering major either. So, like, I wouldn't, like, if I gave my opinion, why would you want to listen to it? It's not based on anything other than my opinion, right? So that's why I don't talk about it. Like, I'm not qualified to talk on it. Gary, go ahead.
One last thought.
Yeah.
It's the people like you and DJ Thermal Detonator that are driving this mainstream, legitimate investigation. And I would say, the Kennedy investigation, the people that really did the best research got the AARB commission formed. I mean, it was Oliver Stone's film, and so you guys could achieve something like that. And I would hope that in our lifetime we have a real investigation that can unlock the files that were not being shown, and the public can find out a lot more about the events. Thank you, Adam.
Sure. Listen, yeah, big question there, right? So in the future, not right now, because I'm still like trying to find a lawyer to talk about maybe holding George Tenet accountable for lying to the Joint House Inquiry. I don't know if it's past the statute of limitations or not. So I'm still like studying about law when it comes to perjury, because it's not for sure he saw the cable, but I know for sure Tom Wilshire saw it and Michelle and Casey saw it. And, they basically said that, oh, the FBI knew about it and whatnot. No, they didn't. They had no idea. And that's just one area. And also, too, we don't have all the information yet. I think you brought up something about maybe in the future we'll have some documents released. Well, that's what I'm hoping for when it comes to Saudi Arabia, when it comes to Israel. Right? There's a lot of information regarding Saudi Arabia. There is a lot. But when it comes to Israel, there's very little, right? Because nobody really tried to investigate further about why urban moving systems basically were following members of the Hamburg cell and who told them about them, right? Because they were all deported out of the country right away. So I want to know why. I want to know what they were talking about. And it came out later that Dominic Suter, he did an interview, and I want to say it was around 2008, where he basically said to somebody that he would write a book about his experiences, about saying that why those guys basically were going to sue the United States, but they didn't. And they said that they were going to get this lawyer basically going to sue the FBI for insinuating that they had foreknowledge about the event. But, I mean, they dropped that lawsuit because that means they would have to present evidence of their case, and they didn't have any. And that leads, what does that lead you to tell you, right? So that means that they did. They very well did have foreknowledge. Now, if you look at the FBI files, it's redacted, and it can be found on archive.org and script.com. But if you look, there's a page where it's written by the FBI agent. I don't know his name. It's redacted. But at the one of the headlines is this: why were they held? Like I forgot the phrasing of the question. So it was like this: what was the reason for holding these men? Right? What was the reason for holding these Israeli nationals? That's what they called them. What was the reason for holding these Israeli nationals in regards to the events of September 11th? And a simple no or like a small retraction, you would have sworn. But the page, it was a page and a half of redacted material. The whole page is redacted, and the next page is a half redacted. So that tells me that whoever was writing that report was basically saying that, hey, these guys basically were most likely there before it even happened and were filming the event, and we were trying to ascertain just how much they knew. And until we could get that unredacted, and until we can talk with people who were familiar with that operation, we're left with speculation. That's all we're going to have. Hey, Sean, go ahead, pal. I added you as a speaker. You're on mute, but go ahead. You're on mute still. There you go.
Oh, I'm in. Here we go. Hi, Adam. I missed the first part of your broadcast here. So I guess you covered urban moving systems. Is that right?
Yeah, I did at the end, near the end.
Oh, okay, so somebody brought that up, and you mentioned the page and a half of redacted material after the headline connection to terrorist attacks of 9/11.
That's correct.
you'd think a simple no would have sufficed, or none, right?
Right. We lost you there. Or were you done? You're on mute.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, dude, man. That's the reason why I brought it up because the FBI basically themselves, and it came out later. You know, they were even talking about like saying we were against their release because we figured that they knew more than what they were telling us. I mean, look, they did lie detector tests initially, and they failed them. And then I think it was Omar Mamre was given one, and I want to say he failed it again, and he broke down. He told the FBI, he lied to them too, basically saying that he wasn't there, that he was at this gas station and whatnot. Look, I don't think they were at all honest, at all. I think they knew more than they were alluding to. Now, here's the question. What did they know, right? What did they really know? Did they know the time and date? Did they know even who was involved in the operation? I listen. I don't know. We'll ever know. But yeah, we're left to speculation. Hey, special ed, you go ahead. Special ed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I just wanted to just kind of bounce off that topic too, and see. So I, I was wondering if you could do maybe it was just like a short debunking of the whole Shanksville missile thing, but in a sense, like because a lot of a lot of the Jonestown, the kookery stuff goes into the whole, oh, how could they possibly find the passport there, you know? But that ties into urban moving systems because they had it wasn't the dancing Israelis because that was what the 4 or 5 of them that got pulled over there, but that was different urban moving systems and that got pulled over in Pennsylvania. And obviously it's speculation because we don't know, but it is very interesting that they got pulled over shortly, like after the timeline kind of fits there. So I was just wondering if you could speculate on that for everybody. And that's all I got.
Yeah, sure. Hey, well, okay. There was a couple of Somerset County residents. Some of them, like Eric Peterson, Paula Pluta, Kelly Levinite, who all came out of their houses because their houses were shaking. They were living right in Somerset County, which is just a half a mile from Shanksville, where they basically heard their houses shaking. And so they left the house. It was like, what the hell is that? And it was a plane. They saw the plane at a 45-degree angle. In fact, Eric Peterson said he saw the plane upside down. And basically, they all saw the plane crash into the field. By the time they were running over there, you had EMS and Pennsylvania Fire Department all running over there, like because they saw the plane coming in low and crashing over there. And look, I can understand why initially how people could say, "Hey, that doesn't look like a plane crash," right? There's very little plane debris. And I mean, when I first saw Shanksville, I was like, a plane didn't crash here. Even I said that. That was like 2007, right? And when I saw those pictures initially online, I was like, yo, that's not like a plane. You know, there was no plane that crashed there. There's no nose, there's no tail, there's no wing. Now, why is that? Why is there very little plane debris at all the crash sites in New York, in Pentagon, and in Shanksville? And it's very easy. And when I explain it to you, you'll probably understand why. And it goes like this. We're used to seeing planes who have malfunctions, who are trying to land on their belly while dumping the fuel and trying to land at the slowest speeds possible. Now, you probably saw that film, Sully, where he lands into the Hudson River. Tom Hanks is in it, where he's trying to land slow into the Hudson River, and he does. What's that one film with Denzel Washington, Crash, I think, or Flight, something like that, where he flies over the church and he's trying to land into the field, and he's going really slow. The fuel is dumped. Well, that's not the case on 9/11. Now, even though plane crashes are rare, intentional plane crashes are extremely rare. It's only happened a very few times. And before 9/11, we had an intentional plane crash, which was outlined by DJ Thermal Detonator, PSA 1771, in which that plane was hijacked by a guy, an ex-employee of the airline, and he shot the pilot and he crashed the plane at 700 miles an hour. It was going so it actually broke the sound barrier. That's how fast he was going. You ever see debris for that plane crash? It looks eerily similar to Shanksville. They found no whole bodies. They didn't find any of the engines. They didn't find any of the wings or the plane or even a fuselage. Very few pieces of the plane survived. What survived? The nylon, which is made of Boeing airliners, and paper, clothes, light objects, which exploded out through the fireball. That's what survived. And that's what we saw in Shanksville. That's what we saw at the Pentagon. Those planes were fully loaded with 78,000 pounds of fuel, and they crashed at the highest speeds possible. With Flight 93, it was 563 miles an hour. With Flight 77, it was 538 miles an hour. Those planes basically disintegrated with the kerosene on board, which was 11,000 gallons of fuel, and slamming into the Pentagon and slamming into the field of Shanksville. Nothing survived, basically. Nothing. They were basically reduced to molecules, these people. And that's why I can understand why people like yourselves can have some hesitation about a plane crash into the Pentagon at Shanksville. But when you look at plane crashes like Germanwings 9525 and PSA 1771, and you compare them to like Shanksville or the Pentagon, then you're like, oh, wow, that it doesn't even look like a plane had crashed there. But yeah, that's what I would compare it to. Who's this person? Pastor Stephen? Go ahead, pal.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi. How you doing?
Hello.
My name is Stephen. I am a pastor, but I live in New York. I live about 30 miles from New York City, and when 9/11 happened, I'm 60 years old, so this was however many years ago. But when 9/11 happened, afterwards, I did a bit of research on everything that you're talking about, and you're pretty much right on just about everything here. What I noticed when I was watching the videos over and over again is that the World Trade Center should not have fallen the way it did. Okay, first of all, there's nothing that could have, even a plane crash. When they first engineered the building, a friend's father actually helped build the building. He's an engineer. That is a building around a building. Okay, so those planes should not have been able to knock actually, I should say the fuel, the kerosene. You're absolutely right. Should not be able to melt or knock the building down. And what I found out was that in the middle of the night, between the hours of say 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., and I had asked an engineer cousin of mine about this, and he told me it was a total setup. What they did was they put the only thing that can melt steel is something called thermite, and it will literally get up to like temperatures. Okay, I might be wrong on this, but above what will melt steel, because when the buildings had fallen or collapsed in or imploded, they were starting to melt steel out of areas around the wreckage, and there was no kerosene at any, like it was like 1200 degrees, I think it might have been. That cannot melt anything. All right, so that is definitely a setup in one way or another. The other thing is, when I was watching the videos, I was watching how and I'm sorry to say, I was just interested to see how it was working, but the whole building's falling in and imploding. What that happened was there were puffs of smoke coming out of sections of the building right before the buildings were pancaking on top of each other when they were falling. You could see this explosive, some kind of charge within the building. And like I said, thermite is the only thing that can break steel or melt iron, for that matter, too. As far as your what you're saying about the Pentagon, you're absolutely right. There was no debris, and also in Shanksville, nothing. And I did a lot of research on those too. Not only that, no one, even the best pilots trained in the world, could actually fly the way they said they did in order to hit the Pentagon. Not one was able to hit it at all. They all failed in it. So, and plus, of course, the found what do you call it, passport thing, in the middle of all this wreckage and all this papers flying all over the place and the smoke and this and that, they find one of them. That just does not add up. So, like I said, I did some research into it, and you're right on target with that. And it does keep me up at night, but I know where you're going with this, and you're absolutely right. This is not conspiracy theory. It definitely was intentional. It definitely happened. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this talk. I think you have me confused. I want to correct the issue here. When it comes to like the World Trade Center, like I said before, I'm not qualified to speak on that. I don't know anything about physics and engineering. I've interviewed David Chandler and Wayne Costi. They're far more legitimate voices regarding that. I don't know anything about physics, man. I wish I could, really help you out there. As for replicating the plane flights at the Pentagon Shanksville. Well, one, we do have people who basically are amateur pilots who have replicated the same routes regarding Pentagon, and that's available on YouTube, where they basically, this German publication, basically invited like two students, and they basically just followed the route that was transcribed from the flight data recorder at the Pentagon, and they successfully hit the Pentagon twice, and that's on video. And yeah, I think you're listening to Pilots for 9/11 Truth, Rob Balsamo, and what's that other guy? I forgot the other guy. Rob Balsamo is not an actual commercial pilot. He's actually a Piper plane pilot, and he recently passed away. So, and also these people are like, their findings are not universal. So, in other words, like the airline international agency, which is the largest airline union in the world, they don't ever, they didn't come out and basically say that, American Airlines and United Airlines, they were no pilots could have done that. Nobody's saying that. The only people saying that are Pilots for 9/11 Truth. Actually, that's about it. But but I don't consider them a legitimate organization. But who's to say now? Not to dismiss the conspiracy surrounding the planes. Who's to say that the hijackers themselves, right, hijacked the planes, but the planes were actually remotely guided? Now that technology actually existed even before September 11, 2000. What's called the Boeing Uninterruptible Autopilot Program. Now, whether they want these planes or not, I couldn't tell you because I'm not a mechanic or an engineer. So I'd rather not give my opinion because it's unfounded. But I'm all about evidence. So if I'm not like entertaining a specific question, it's for a legitimate reason. I really don't want to misinform somebody on purpose. So if I have information and I could share it with you, I definitely will. And I don't want you to just believe me. Look, I spoke a long time here. I'm hoping that, you just say, oh, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. That's the problem with the truth movement, is that they'll just believe anything. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to take the specific things I'm telling you here today, you look it up, and you see whether I'm telling the truth or I'm not. And listen, if you find something that I'm not, that's incorrect, I want you to tell me. Because guess what? I care enough to share information with you in the hopes that I'm right. Because most of my time is not about reading. It's about fact checking what I'm reading. And that takes up so much time. And it's just like it's a headache. Sean? Yes, sir. You go right ahead. No? Go ahead, pal.
Well, I've seen amateur pilots recreate the Pentagon flight path on simulator. So it is conceivable, it is possible to do these fancy flight maneuvers. And regarding the steel frames, even regular office fires can take steel frames out of their safety zones. So that's something else to consider about damage and the building's ability to withstand it. But Michael Collins Piper had said before he died that the one story about 9/11 that's important is the personal testimony of William Rodriguez, who was the janitor at
Hmm.
World Trade, and he was on site on 9/11, and he told a story about what happened that morning, describing two separate explosive events, one from below the basement level, I believe he said B2,
Hmm.
from the B2 level before the impact from above, which was the plane crash. And the reason it's interesting to consider Rodriguez is because he actually survived the 1993 attack. And he was there
Ah,
when the building had actually confirmed to have been bombed in 1993. So if anybody would know what that's like, it's William Rodriguez. But going back to what we were talking about comparing plane crashes, you brought up the Pacific Southwest flight, which had crashed at a suicide hijack. Also, it was a disgruntled airline employee.
right.
I believe he had been fired earlier that day, or he was getting back at his boss or something like that. And that was obliterated. But we talk about the 9/11 planes. That was back in the 1980s, right? We talk about the 9/11 planes and say Flight 93 that allegedly crashed at Shanksville, and it's very contended. But it looks like the PSA 1771 flight because it's just obliterated. That's what it looks like.
Right.
And we like to speculate about bombs and shoot downs and missiles and things like that. But if we're comparing apples to apples, what it looks like is that flight that crashed, the Pacific Southwest flight that crashed and just got obliterated. What it doesn't look like is a bombing like Pan Am 103, where there is wreckage and there's
Right.
abundant wreckage.
Right.
That's what a missile looks like. That's all. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point to bring up. That's why I liked Double Detonator's example of PSA 1771 because it crashed into a field and it basically resembles exactly similar to what happened in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And when you brought up the point about Lockerbie itself, where a bomb was on board, and you could actually see large pieces of the plane, the fuselage, even the nose of the plane actually survived that. Hey, Darren, go ahead, pal.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just want to talk about it was brought up about the trade centers. The one thing I do bring up is we have nothing to compare it to. Okay, and what I mean by that is we don't have anything in our history to compare a 767 fully loaded jet going over 500 miles per hour, fully packed with fuel into a building. We have nothing to compare it to. So how do we know that that couldn't take down a tower? We have to remember the steel wasn't melted; it was weakened, and that's all it takes. So that's really something to consider. I'm not like not saying that there might have been explosives, but if you're gonna say there's explosives or charges in the building, who are your suspects? Who are you gonna blame it on? Who do you have evidence that put those in there? Okay, that's something we have to consider regarding that. And like I said, just want to point that out. There's nothing in history to compare it to. There's no planes going that speed into a building. So how do we know how that building would react? Okay, I just want to point that out. And then I think Adam, you were talking about Dan Hanley. He was the pilot for 9/11. Was the other guy you were thinking of?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I've tried to talk to Dan Hanley on Twitter, and he will not answer my question. He's a guy that believes in that interruptible autopilot system. I asked him that's what he believes in. I go, well, if that's the case, what about Flight 93?
That's a good
What
point.
about Flight 77? Remember Flight 77? Hani Hanjo driving that or piloting that plane had to do a turn. So if that was automatic system, wouldn't it go right into his target? And I tried to ask Dan Hanley those questions. He will not answer me. So I have asked him numerous times on Twitter, very nicely. I've asked him through direct message on Facebook. He blocked me. I've asked those questions to him, and he refuses to answer that question. So just want to just chime in with that. Thank you.
Yeah, and listen, Darren, now that you brought that up, I was thinking about like trying to bring on my podcast to interview, like maybe, or somebody from the airline industry in regards to the communication devices of Boeing airliners, right? Not just regular. I want it to be Boeing planes, whether they're compatible with the radio frequencies of the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that. I'm not an engineer or anything like that. But I was wondering if I always thought about doing that. And yeah, with Dan Hanley, same thing. Like I will have conversations. I'll try to reach out to him, and he's very uncommunicative. Look, it's the only speculation where I'm hesitant, to not believe. I think that's a reasonable speculation. There's reasonable speculation, is unreasonable, irrational. I don't think that's really irrational when you think about it. But you bring up the great points. Flight 93 crashed in the field. Flight 77 did a 363 loop turn. So why? Why would they do that? Yeah, again, good questions. Is that Jessica? Jessica Lowy. I hope I said your name right. So you'll tell me when I did. You're up. You're on mute, Jessica.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
There you go.
I just came on, and Adam, I just want to say thank you for just the way that you're presenting this and your openness and all of that. It's definitely inspiring how you're saying, hey, check my facts. So that's all. Just wanted to come in for that. So thank you.
Oh, well, listen, thank you. You know what, Jessica? A long time ago, I learned about when I started, really, learning about what happened on September 11th. And it wasn't just about September 11th. I had to learn about Middle East culture. What's the difference between a Sunni and a Shia? What is religious fundamentalism? How the history of the CIA, the history of the NSA, relations, U.S. relations with Israel, with Saudi Arabia, with the guy. I learned so much, and I stood up the internet for 10 years. And then when I did, I started noticing all these fringe conspiracies and these people who write these books and do these films, and all this stuff is basically regurgitated, repetitive falsehoods that they've learned from somebody else. And one thing I noticed, Jessica, was that they never said at the end, hey, listen, do your due diligence and research what we had to say here today. I never really hear that from people like Rebecca Roth or Loose Change or Christopher Bolin, right? These people basically are hoping that you just take them on face value. Well, that's not the case with me. I want you, because it's not me. I'm not the important person here. It's you, right? Because what I'm trying to do is not build a movement for me. I'm trying to build a movement for the sake of the people. I want a real truth movement, and not just a truth movement that follows. I want a truth movement that leads. People that follow me on YouTube, I have 1,700 people. I'm flabbergasted that 1,700 people actually watch me or read or hear what I have to say. But I always I make a video here and there. I always remind them, Jessica. I say this. I don't want you. It's nice that you follow me. I'm grateful as heck. But I don't want you to just follow me. I want you to learn something from me. And then I want one day you open your channel, and then you write your own articles, and you open up your channels and you upload your videos, and you teach people what you learned in the hopes that you reach a bigger audience than ever I could. And Jessica, it's like I said before, that's how you build a movement. And with a movement, we could do things. Myself, I'm very limited and stuff. What was it? A Peter Gabriel song, Biko, that famous song Biko, where about the civil rights activists in South Africa, where he goes, you could put out a candle, but you can't put out a fire, right? So I like to say I'm a candle, a very small candle, trying to build a fire. And the fire will be with people like yourself and everybody in this room that, took 2 hours and 30 minutes of their day to listen to the likes of me, measly old me. So thank you, because it'll be you guys that'll be important in the future. Special Ed, go ahead, pal. You're on mute.
Oh, there we go.
Go.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the speaker before her. Just a couple things. So I think it kind of breaks down into three different things that I want to address. It's like bomb. So the World Trade Center and the bombs. I think, like, even if we don't go into, you don't have to go into nanothermite or any of this stuff to make an educated speculative guess. Like, this is all about guesstimation, or like making an educated guess, right? And there's just so much witness testimony to there being bomb explosions going off in the World Trade Centers. Like, you need to go into the physics of it. You don't need to go into melted steel and jet fuel and all this stuff. Like, you have hundreds of people, well, I don't want to say testify. There's never been any court procedures or anything, but you have like media reports and that kind of stuff of I don't know, dozens, maybe hundreds of people saying they heard explosions in the basement and etc. And also, there are direct links to that as well. There are some, not direct, but I want to say some indirect links with Denko Mechanical. There was an Israeli spy ring that got busted up. Well, I don't even want to say spy ring. It's kind of, I have to be careful with my words here. We'll just put this in the realm of speculation. But there was Denko Mechanical, and there was some people that got busted, I think in Atlanta, Georgia, getting fake IDs through some lady at the Atlanta DOT. And long story short, they had ties back to what appears to be a Mossad front, or you could easily, it wouldn't be a stretch to call it that. And then long story short, she ends up committing suicide by somehow driving into a bridge and lighting herself on fire. Very, very sketchy. So there's a lot to be said about that. Without even getting into the nanothermite, the point being is there's a lot of documents and publicly available information and evidence is what I'm trying to say. There's hard evidence that you can work from without having to go into really nanothermite and physics and whatever. You don't need to be an expert in that stuff. I mean, it's great. I'm sure there's some utility to that, but a lot of times the conversation drifts into that when it doesn't need to, because we have other evidence there that's publicly available. And then also, so like the last two things really quickly, with Shanksville and debris. So I guess both of these can kind of be in the same category, with debris regarding the Pentagon and debris regarding Shanksville, which is flight 93, I think, 77, 93. There was debris for both of them. All right. Now, what we don't have a lot in history is we don't have a lot of people. There are some examples, and I'll get into this, but you don't have a lot of examples of planes traveling at 500 or 600 miles an hour, full of fuel, crashing into stuff. Okay, and there's not a lot of modeling for it. When Boeing or whatever, they model for a plane crash, right? Because they have their seatbelts and whatever, and they're like you land in a river. They plan on the point, like the pilot is. It's assumed that the pilot is trying to land the plane. It's not assumed that the pilot is trying to crash the plane full of fuel as fast as possible into something. And so there's a couple of examples, and you can easily Google this, but there's basically like suicidal kind of pilots who I think it was in the French Alps, I want to say, that the pilot just crashed the plane full of people, full speed into the mountain. And if you look at the debris field, it looks very similar to Shanksville. There's debris, 100%. There's debris. It's very small. And same with the Pentagon. There's a ton of debris everywhere. And there's a huge hole in the building, too. That's one thing, like loose change. I think the worst thing that movie did was they deliberately used images where there was like the fire trucks were spraying water across, and it was covering up like the 90 or 80% of the hole in the Pentagon, right? So I mean, there's also like 80 eyewitnesses that saw a plane hit the Pentagon. So there's a ton of evidence for that happening, but also there is kind of a lack of historical precedent to this. Like it doesn't. Yes, planes crash, and that's very rare to begin with. Otherwise, we would never fly anywhere, right? If you think, oh shit, there's a 1 in 100 chance that we might not make it to Europe if we get on a plane, or 1 in 1,000 chance even, or 1 in 100,000 chance. Like it's very rare that planes crash. Period. It's 1,000 times rare that a plane is deliberately full of fuel flown into a crash, whether it's like into the ground or into a building. So there's just not a whole lot to work there from. But that's it for me.
Yeah, listen, just to touch on those things too. Look, in regards to bombs or hearing explosions, not every, like if a fireman hears an explosion, right? For example, I think in the New York Times report, they released all the firemen's testimonies. And if you look up, it's on the New York Times website, New York Times report regarding the EMS, New York EMS and New York Fire Department and their testimonies, which were held by the New York, was it the History Department, the New York Fire Department, interviewed these people like in the weeks after 9/11. And there was over 110 firemen who had heard at some point in the building an explosion. Now, does that mean that they heard a bomb? Did they hear a generator explode? Now, let's just say it was half or even a quarter who have heard like a big explosion or a small explosion, but it doesn't go into the story. But I don't need any of that. There was actually a report by MSNBC reporter Rick Sanchez who basically said live on the air, he said that he's gotten a report that in the basement of the South Tower, the police had found a white van packed with explosives. I'm not making that up. Google Rick Sanchez, MSNBC, 9/11. It's a hard video to find. I wonder if I have it uploaded in my news clips files. If I don't, I'm going to upload that clip tonight in my news and broadcast edited clips tonight just for you, so you can see it for yourself. I have it, and I'm going to upload it on my playlist. Be on the watch for it. I see a whole bunch of people that are subscribing on Twitter. So I'll upload it on YouTube, and I'll post it on Twitter for you to see it. So is that a mistake? Is that a false report? Well, we also have people who basically were covered head to toe in dust in the basement levels of the World Trade Center, who basically said they heard explosions. Now, I don't know what that could be in the bottom of the plane, at the bottom of the World Trade Center. Could there have been bombs? I believe that there were. Can I prove it? No. So, what does that mean? Take it with a grain of salt. For you and for everybody in this room, if you want to say that there were bombs at the World Trade Center, I'm going to say, you know what? I'll probably agree with them. But can you prove it? That's the only thing that matters, right? Well, we're going to try and work on that. I mean, architects and engineers is working on it. So I don't know how far they're going to get, but like, you know, the things that are speculative of the reasonable category, yeah, that's what needs to be worked on. As your points regarding the plane crashes, especially in France, yeah, it's Germanwings 9525. It intentionally crashed into the Alps by the first officer when the head pilot went to the bathroom and he locked him out, and he didn't have a key to that door because the key was in the cockpit, and the pilot, the first officer, crashed the plane intentionally into the side of the Alps. And yeah, you know, that's the example I used to show Jason Burbis, the co-producer of Loose Change, when he said that, show me a plane crash, anything like Shanksville. When I showed him that, he called me a troll. So, you know, whatever. I did a video recently about him recently. So hopefully I touched on some of those points. You said a lot, so I'm hoping I got to some of those points. Darren, go ahead, pal.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to go back on the Dan Hanley thing about the interruptible autopilot. I don't think a lot of people know is that Flight 175 almost missed its target.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when people don't realize that almost missed the South Tower. So I just wanted to point that out as well. And then to piggyback off of what Ed was saying with the Denko mechanical, you can look up. It's called the Tennessee 5. They had the unauthorized passes into the World Trade Center, I think on September 5th, where they had a business card. The Port Authority said no, they didn't have any authorization to be in there. There was 5 Middle Eastern suspects. Khalid Altala was the main guy. He's from Jerusalem. And then they got caught. They were trying to get fake IDs at the DMV in Tennessee of Catherine Smith, and she's the one that unfortunately was. They believe that she was murdered. The FBI there believe that she was murdered. So that's something we have to look to because we know we have people with unauthorized passes and entry into the World Trade Center days before 9/11 to work on the sprinkler systems. Okay, now could they plant bombs? Maybe. I don't have proof of that. I honestly, in my opinion, think they did knock out the sprinkler system because of the fire. So there's no water to help with that. So that's my opinion. I also too with bombs in a trade center in the basement. I'm a big person on eyewitnesses, and William Rodriguez is a perfect one. I'm not going to say he's a liar because we go off of eyewitness accounts, just like the Pentagon. We go off of that. The reason could there have been? Sure. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss it. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. You can go back to 1993. What did they use down there? They used a bomb in the B2 level with Ramzi Youssef and those. So that's a possibility. I don't believe there was charges in every floor of the Trade Center. I just don't believe that at all. You would have to have suspects who would do that. So I don't believe there's charges. If there was any bombs placed in a Trade Center, I believe they would have been in the basement. So, all right, thank you.
That was my audio. I have bad connection. You hear me okay? Okay, great. Seems like you can hear me. I can't hear anything. I'll go ahead and talk. So Sakira Hamad was his name that Darren brought up, and he was in the buildings on the 5th doing work on sprinkler systems that wasn't authorized by Port Authority. So the damage inflicted because we're discussing bombs, preventing the fire systems or what have you, the help, right? There's enough connections and links with the Ramzi Youssef family, basically the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed Baluchi group, in their connecting
Can you hear me? I can't hear anybody.
Can anyone hear me? Is anyone speaking?
Hello. Yeah, Jimmy, go ahead.
Is the room just like getting completely rugged, or
It could, you know what? It could be like we're coming up on 3 hours and a half now.
oh, well, I just find that suspicious that,
That's all right.
you know, like, are we offending someone?
Maybe. I like, look, I'm nobody. So I'm not a threat to nobody. So
Well, there's several people in this room talking about. I mean, just because we're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get us, right?
if they're worried about us in this room, what is it now? 20 people in here? Well, then I think they're paranoid.
Well, yeah, they're paranoid. They're paranoid that we saw right through their movie, you know.
What's up, pal?
I just thought it was a 9/11 roundtable, and I like, are we seriously going to talk about that on Twitter? And yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, it's really a rare conversation because nobody has it anymore. There's a problem. Look, this is a problem within 9/11, right? Where do you find serious roundtable discussion regarding September 11, 2001 anymore? Maybe you did 10 years ago, right? Maybe you had a lot more people that were active in this community, but because so many people proposed so many fringe conspiracy theories and they kept repeating them because they don't learn anything new, is that they got tired and old and they moved on. So nobody really has a discussion anymore. Well, I'm delusional to think that maybe I can try and restart, maybe ignite more rational discussion, but I don't think of myself very highly anymore. So I don't know how to spell your name, but you're up next. You're on mute. We can't hear you. You're on mute. I wonder if he speaks English.
Yeah, I can. So
There you
what is
go.
all this about?
What's that?
Yeah, what is all this about? 9/11. Yeah,
You're breaking up.
yeah.
There's a lot of bad connection. I know a lot of people you live far, and it goes by Wi-Fi connection. So, yeah, Sean, see if you're all right.
Hey, okay. Can you hear me now?
You're back. Yeah, now we can.
Okay, yeah, audio went spastic there for a minute, huh?
It did.
So yeah, that was Sakira Hamad. Look up the Tennessee Five and the Denko Mechanical and the DMV in Tennessee. That is a curious case because if you're talking about real suspects, who do you think could have given the buildings some help at World Trade Center? You'd look at Sakira Hamad and his handler, Khalid Odala. And then maybe you're looking at urban moving systems, right? Because there's like a lot of weird parallels, say even with the 1993 bombing, because you're talking about truck bombs. At least that's where the conversation ends up with UMS. But regarding the way that you deal the damage, whether it's just the planes or it's the planes with help, or right, there's enough connections to look at the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed clan, and so you have to look at the things that they were up to, like Ramzi Youssef, after his basically failed attack on World Trade Center, had Bojinka plot. Maybe you covered Bojinka in your talk.
A little bit, a little. I wish I would. I wish I could expand on that a little more.
It's an ancestor or precursor, or however you want to look at it. Some people call it the blueprint for 9/11, which it would have been in 1995 actually, and was known to domestic United States counterterrorism. Well, one of the conspirators, Abdul Hakim Murad, would have been a suicide hijack pilot in that operation if it had gone to fruition, which it was not, because the conspirators were apprehended, and they explained the details of what they would do, and plus they had the whole plans on their computer, and so it was all laid out for FBI and Philippine National Police authorities to review what Bojinka was. And Abdul Hakim Murad, much like the 9/11 hijackers, actually trained at flying even in the United States. So there's so many parallels with the Ramzi Youssef slash Khalid Sheikh Mohammed group. It's worth examining something like a Bojinka to see the modus operandi of the conspirators, of how they actually get things done, regardless of who they're doing it for, if you follow. And Abdul Hakim Murad, for example, he trained at a flight school in Norman, Oklahoma, and years later, Zacharias Moussaoui trained at the same school. And then Moussaoui would later go on to have further flight training. This is in the months leading up to 9/11. Moussaoui would continue to train, larger aircraft in Minnesota, which was where a flight instructor, interestingly enough, would warn FBI about a strange student that doesn't really fit the right profile for what they're used to seeing, even if there had been more Arab attendees. And the FBI were warned by the flight instructor, literally, that, and this goes back to how you deal with damage, that a fully loaded 747 is like a bomb. Now, even with all the things, when you consider the information that would have been available about Moussaoui at the time, there's international intelligence agencies that have been watching him. He was a known terrorist. And even when he is picked up by FBI, even before 9/11, there still isn't a FISA warrant for him. And nobody wants to look at his computer because he's a conspirator that carries around plans on a laptop too. And so that's how you can deal the damage. But that's not what Al Qaeda is known for. Al Qaeda is known for blowing stuff up with bombs. They're not known for the kinds of really grand things that the KSM group is trying to do. KSM, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, you could consider him the same as Ramzi Youssef. What they try to do is a little more intricate and complicated than what Al Qaeda is commonly known for. Al Qaeda uses bombs, and there's a couple of different ways that you can bomb things. And well, the KSM way, the Ramzi Youssef way, is chemical bombs. Al Qaeda uses Semtex. Well, chemical bombs you can sort of detect. Semtex isn't detectable. Al Qaeda is known for blowing stuff up with Semtex. And then I guess you could consider a chemical bomb, I think, was Khobar Towers. Do I have that right?
That's right.
So Khobar Towers is another sort of interesting thing, because it doesn't look like the Cole bombing, for example, right? It was incidentally, it was originally, we tried to blame that on Hezbollah. It was kind of an interesting note about Khobar Towers. So if you're talking about a bomb, it's like, well, what kind of bomb does this group most likely use? If it's the government trying to stage all of this, well, wouldn't they just use RDX or Semtex or something, because that's what looks like Al Qaeda? But even if they were using that, well, the bomb sniffing dog reacted positively to the urban moving systems van, so it wasn't detecting semtext. If he was detecting a bomb, he's detecting something like a chemical bomb, like a fertilizer bomb, like had been used in 1993. Incidentally, also was the same method of attack for the Oklahoma City bombing.
Hmm.
And so, if you're looking at urban moving systems, well, maybe there was a bomb, but it doesn't so much look like an Al Qaeda bomb. It looks more like a Ramzi Youssef, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed thing. And we all know that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed boasts under duress, under torture, that he's the one that conceived it. So take that with a grain of salt. But nobody tortured Osama bin Laden when he said that he actually didn't do it. So that's all. Thank you.
You bring up a very interesting point regarding the nature of the bombs that were made under Ramzi Youssef and that of Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda is used to dealing with Semtex CF4, right? Now that goes back to what they trained at when I mentioned at the Al Masada camp back in Afghanistan. That's why I took care to mention that Arab camp was the reason for Al Qaeda. So they trained in what? Small arms fire, guerrilla warfare, not major international like bomb making techniques. Ramzi Youssef was not Al Qaeda. So he trained at the Wild Jihad camp. And while there, he learned how to use urea nitrate, which was a trait that was used in the World Trade Center bombing and as well as where? The Oklahoma Murrah City bombing, which, by the way, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols had visited Ramzi Youssef in 1990, what, 93, 94? No, 94, I believe. 1994, where Terry Nichols' wife is from the Philippines, went to the city of Cebu, and according to an insider of the terrorist organization Abu Sayyaf, his name was Edwin Angelines. He's a military officer for the military Philippines military, and he said that Terry Nichols was nicknamed the Farmer, and that Terry Nichols had met along with Timothy McVeigh had met with Ramzi Youssef. And just what was it, a month later, 2 months later, they knew how to build the urea nitrate bomb that was used in the Murrah building. Is that a coincidence? Well, not according to Richard Clark, the counterterrorism czar. Hey, Special Ed, you're up, pal. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So man, there's a lot of points, but let me just bring one up. Here's the interesting point. Like, there's a lot of I'd say there's a lot of memes around that suggest that like maybe Osama bin Laden wasn't behind 9/11. No, I would immediately just immediately preface this. I would, based on my speculation, and the problem is we don't know a lot of information. I would probably guess that he's not necessarily behind it, but he knows about it. But one of the things that you brought up earlier, Adam, is that they had all those calls tapped and everything, and the NSA and the CIA, they had the phone in Yemen, and they had the safe house in Yemen. That, like, if you want to go down that route, that's an interesting question. Like, what if it wasn't Al Qaeda? Because you have with 1993 with the World Trade Center bombing there, that clear, like, Al Qaeda, that's just a label, right, that they put on some terrorists. There's a lot of terrorists that the United States supported all throughout the Afghanistan war, and then we have Israel, Palestine, and Egypt, and all this stuff, and the Muslim Brotherhood. So there's a ton of counterinsurgency or insurgency groups that the United States is supporting. So, where's it going with that? I don't know. I'm not sure 100%. I guess that's just food for thought. Like, if you want to go down that route, because there's a lot of memes of like, oh yeah, how did some guy with a cell phone, with a satellite phone, some goat herder in the mountains of Afghanistan orchestrate all this? But there is some credible speculation to that too, because you wonder. There's a lot of you have to wonder on a lot of different levels, but like, you know, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents there. Anyway.
No, I understand. You know, there's this big misconception, Ed, in that Arabs can't hijack planes or Arabs can't build bombs, right? Let me give you an example. Ramzi Youssef, right? We'll just use him. Ramzi Youssef actually went to the Swansea Institute in Wales, and he studied electrical engineering, and he graduated. He also studied at the Oxford College of Further Education, where he improved his English, all right? He gained his engineering degree, electrical engineering. He was very fluent in English, fluent in Farsi, was a highly educated man, okay? Muhammad Atta, he wasn't stupid. He was highly educated, went to the University of Cairo. Ziad Jarrah, highly educated, we're to believe he was part of the hijacker team. Marwan al-Shehhi, graduated of the Yemeni School of Law. The muscle hijackers don't need to be educated, right? All they need to do is stop from the hijacking and the piloting to take place. That's it. They could be dumb, but even some of them basically were hardened military terrorists. I mean, look, there's video out there from Al Farouk training camp where they're actually training in what? Small arms fire, karate, judo. It's not like they're there to implement orchestra or conduct analytics of operations, right? So you have one set of group of people that can be the analytical arm, the other one being the military arm. So I do notice that this is coming from people in the fringe conspiracy movement saying that, oh, Arabs really can't do this. They can't really hijack planes. Well, guess who was hijacking planes in the 1970s? Hezbollah, the Abu Nidal organization. And they were doing it on the regular. Okay? But the only thing they weren't doing was that they don't believe in the Salafi idea of martyrdom. They don't believe in. This is the reason why you have to study like religious fundamentalism, because the truth movement basically just think a Muslim is a Muslim, right? Even though that they're against the war against Muslims, but they don't know anything about what kills the most Muslims in the world. It's not the United States, it's the Salafists. They're the biggest victims. It's not Americans. You know, the biggest victims of 9/11 are not Americans. It's Muslims. And it's approximately, I think it's the 3 billion, depending on what number you're coming from or what health organization you're using, a human rights organization. But yeah, that's what the biggest victims of this are. They're the ones who were renditioned. They're the ones by the CIA, renditioned by the CIA, taken to be tortured in Guantanamo Bay. It's not Americans. In fact, I think there's one American that was renditioned, and it's John Walker Lind of the Taliban. So there's that, too, to consider. But yeah, the biggest victims of all this are Muslims. And who are the biggest killer of Muslims? Not just the United States, but the Wahhabists. You know, they're the ones who are killing the Alawites, the Shiites, the Shia, all the spiritualists, the real Muslims, not these fanatics. And, you know, like these fanatics, they're not even Muslim. They're illiterates. These people can't read. You know, they don't know how to read the Quran, most of these people, because they go by the Hadiths. They go by Hadith scholars, like I said before, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Hanbal. You know, they're not Quranic scholars, these people. Gary, go ahead, pal.
Yeah, great conversation. I wanted to make a few points. I think if you study intelligence networks, what they're really good at is capturing people's intentions and almost hijacking movements and steering them and using them for their ends. And that's what I see here. I believe the Al-Qaeda network, for sure, these guys were intent on doing this, but may have been steered by Israel, U.S., Saudi intelligence. I think there's definitely was some facilitating happening within the government with the visas. Who knows how the towers came down, but potentially there was some other intelligence operatives doing that arm of it. But that these guys, you know, we're on a jihadi mission, but I believe this was just too complex for them to carry out single-handedly. If you look at the Oswald story, and there's a term, sheep dipping, where they create personalities within people's cover and move them around the world to create this narrative for the post examination of the the story. So that's what I think happened here, and I think there's a lot of parallels to the JFK assassination. Thank you.
Hey, Gary, I'm with you here, right? So, look, everything I told you before we did this question and answer period, most everything I said is not covered by the 9/11 Commission report. Now, you may say, "Oh, really, is that true?" That's why I tell people, just because you believe in hijackers and just because you believe in hijacked planes doesn't mean that's all the official narrative. Look at how much, and I spoke for almost 2 hours and 10 minutes, all right? Most everything I said is not reported by the government. And you may be like questioning that in its totality, but I've read the 9/11 Commission report. I have it, I'm currently almost finished uploading it on my WordPress so that people could read it. And I'm doing it chapter by chapter so it could be easier for you. But they have a story to tell which doesn't encompass most everything I said today. And that's why I tell people, just because I believe that I know that the planes were hijacked and crashed everywhere doesn't mean I agree with the official narrative. If that part of the story is a microcosm of the official narrative, which is missing. Because that's why I said the 9/11 Commission report, some of it is true, some of it is false, but most of it's missing. Most of the 9/11 story is missing. And I only told you 2 hours of it. God knows how much missing. Stuff that we don't know. Stuff that, documents and files over with the 9/11 Commission, they say they claim to have read 1 million documents. Well, just think, the National Archives, which is located in Maryland, they have probably, I think, at this point, 3 million documents and files locked away. God knows how long. Which will be just like what you just pointed out with JFK. It'll be trickled out in the next 30, 40 years. We're going to be like, oh my God, this happened, and they didn't know this, or they knew this, because that's exactly what's going to happen over time. That's exactly what's going to happen. But these fringe conspiracies are not helping us, because that's how many people are misled and not looking into the issues in which I raised. And the stuff I raised are actual factual things that happened, and which is covered up by who? The government, and as well as Israel and Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of truth in what you just said, Gary. So Ed, go ahead, pal. We're waiting on you, Ed. No? All right. So, Sean, go ahead. Unmute. Go ahead, pal.
So I liked what you guys touched on about there's a maybe a misconception about the ability of, say, an Arab group to do something like a 9/11, and I'm reminded of there's a really highly regarded Palestinian scholar and writer named Edward Said, who talked about a concept he called Orientalism, which has to do with Westerners' tinted glasses, so to speak, that they look at the Eastern world with. And I think that that's something that we Americans and for the large part Westerners, we struggle with what somebody might call a Disney's Aladdin understanding of the Middle East, because like you mentioned, that there had been a era of terrorism leading up to 9/11 that most Americans, I think, were pretty blind to, because it had never directly splashed on America. It was always Europe's problem and the Middle East, with groups like Hezbollah and before them the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine, Black September, and other major classic terror groups and operations. There's an entire history of this, and it's related to what you also mentioned about the problems of Wahhabism. I presume that you talked about Wahhab and like Taymiyyah and the Salafist movement a little bit, Adam.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
And it's interesting that you drive the point home that they're not your typical jihadi goon is not literate, right? They just
right.
go off of the hadiths, which is spoken word, and there's thousands of hadiths. So many of them are contested within Islamic jurisprudence. Nobody can even agree on these sayings of Muhammad about how to live properly. The different groups believe different ones, and you could practically start making them up, and nobody would be able to tell right away because there's so many. And if you're dealing with someone who's easily influenced or manipulated, like presumably these basically suicide cult type characters are, I guess you could probably, if you implant things in whatever context, you could really persuade someone to a variety of things. And it's detrimental to the Arab world or the Muslim world because of the problem of Orientalism in the West and the way we perceive the whole thing on our end. And then we overreact with terrible invasions and wars. And for the most part, Americans and a lot of Westerners don't see that for what it is right away. Just about everybody got real sucked in, and there was massive support for the Iraq invasion after 9/11, etc. How damaging it is to the very people that they are trying to help with waging violent jihad, the jihad of the sword. How it really is detrimental to their own cause, and it is that part of the world that ultimately suffers as a consequence. Interestingly, it is the Muslim Brotherhood basically that is a sort of channel in which these groups are communicating and recruiting, because that's how you get the best soldiers. And of course, that is something that we, the intelligence agencies and war hawks of the West have even supported in the past when it's useful. But Muammar Gaddafi, before he died, said that the Muslim Brotherhood was an American donkey of the CIA, and that if you were an Arab and if you were following jihadis from the Muslim Brotherhood, you were a dupe and you were doing the CIA a favor. He told that his people in Libya to just read the Quran and to stay away from the violent Salafists. Just read the Quran, not just listen to a radical imam, is the implication, because some of the imams are not authentic. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Sean, this is a huge, important subject, because this is how they take advantage of poor Arabs in these countries, right? So just like with any other major Abrahamic faith, you'll have these opportunists that claim to be spiritualists. And we have it in Christianity, we have it in Judaism, but in Islam, you have these imams that go to like these poor regions in the Southeast Asia and the Middle East. For example, the Philippines, Indonesia, Qatar, right? So they'll go to these poor regions of the area and they'll propagate Wahhabism. Wahhabism wasn't even a popular faith during the Arab nationalist revolution in the 1930s and 40s. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, these were modern day Arab states. And they enjoyed like a Western style way of living, even though they were independent of the West and they wanted to nationalize the oil. But they were beautiful cities. Some of these were unbelievable cities. And to see them decimated in the current period, to see Afghanistan, to see Iraq, to see Syria, Libya, Sudan, Egypt, rife with fundamentalism, and basically under so much corruption from their Arab nationalist governments. It really, it's just a terrible, terrible view. And these imams basically destroyed Arab nationalism by, it came from funding from the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, where they were tuning in under the oil boom of the 1970s and 80s, pumping in tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to these madrasas worldwide, propagating the Wahhabi lifestyle, which basically gave us these ghoulish groups, of Al-Qaeda, Abu Sayyaf, and later Islamic State and Jabhat al-Nusra in Syria. All these groups that basically didn't exist during the 1940s and 50s. But, that's the difference between fundamentalism and nationalism, and in between is civilization, right? So, hilarious, Edwin. Yeah, go ahead, pal. You're on mute. Edwin, you're on mute. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I completely agree. I'm from the I'm in Texas, and the value of the the Native Americans in this area is just so true. And to think of the fact that somebody tried to take that from them was stupid. And that the white people of those times should have got with them, and let's share everything, peace from the beginning, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of comparison here between Native Americans and Arabs, right? In the early 18th century, we've had a number of issues where we decimated the Chiao land, the Chowkee and Cherokee, basically destroying civilizations, liquidation of sorts. But that's exactly what we saw in the Middle East. And it starts with foreign policy programs. During the 1980s, it was the Oded Yanam Plan. During the 1990s, it was the National Policy, which is commonly known as the Paul Wolfowitz Doctrine. Later, it became the Bush Doctrine under the Project for New American Century. It's almost like every 10 years, there's this new policy that demands the United States to become a sole superpower by destroying their competition. But they don't come right out and say, hey, we're invading Iraq. Hey, we're invading Afghanistan. No, they need a pretext. What does it say in the Project for New American Century? That in order for these military outlines to expand and pump billions of dollars into private military industrial complexes, is we need a catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. Well, a year later, you had September 11, 2001. The primary job of an intelligence agency is to collect information. Now, look, 9/11 could be summed up in short term like this, that the Arabs constructed a plot, but in doing so, the Americans got wind of the plot and involved the Saudis and Israelis. But it also could be like this. The Americans, the Saudis, and Israelis got wind of the plot, and each one were operating a separate operation. That very well could be in place. And what do you do with information before an event even happens? You can manipulate that operation. And I think that's something that Special Ed brought up earlier. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Gary. Gary said earlier, and I thought this was a great point that he raised, was that, it couldn't have been that Al-Qaeda acted alone. Well, no, I don't even believe that. I believe that they were doing the plot, but that they got help and assistance in regards to foreknowledge of the operation. Why do you think I brought up the instance of the NSA listening to the phone calls of bin Laden and Al-Qaeda in Yemen years prior to 9/11? Years prior to 9/11. What do you think they were talking about on those phone calls? And that's the one thing I want you to remember. I want you to remember that. What do you think they were talking about on those calls? What do you think? They're talking about operations. They're talking about attacks. Well, if the NSA is listening, if the CIA is listening, if Israel is listening, if Saudi Arabia is listening, and they're all acting either in accordance with one another or separate from each other, it doesn't matter. It's about foreknowledge. It's about manipulating the operation, making sure that the operation is either stopped, manipulated, or allowed to continue. It could be a combination of one or all those three. Sean, go ahead, pal. Yeah, Sean, we got you.
Okay. So you mentioned having a pretext was your term. The idea is that well, I mean, appearances are everything, I guess, is the point of.
Well, you dropped out. Wow, you dropped out there, Sean. Sorry, pal. You dropped out. I'm going to give it up to Hilarious Edwin. He got his hand up. It's not. People are dropping out. It's either, well, Sean, I know you're calling from Alaska, so it's hard for you. Oh, he's connecting. Yeah, while he's connecting, Gary, come on up, Gary. You're on mute.
So, as far as hope for new evidence or videos emerging, the Kevin Wesley video that appeared on YouTube a month ago was quite amazing. To have the best video of the second plane hitting 21 years after the fact. And the story surrounding that is also really unusual, but we can only hope that there's more evidence or potentially leaks that come out. Because as you said, there's millions of documents, still classified. So let's hope for more of that.
Hey, Gary, you know, I'm glad you brought this up because it's like I said, that's coming from an estimation, right? 3 million documents. There could be more, all right? Now, according to Thomas Drake, the former senior executive of the NSA, he basically says that the NSA has classified information that is, terabytes, gigabytes long. It's, God knows. And that's phone calls, just phone calls, right? Now, I'm not talking about text messages and emails, all right? That's 6 years from 2 areas. That's coming from Bin Laden's satellite phone and the house in Yemen. All right. God, imagine that. Every single phone call is monitored. So 6 years for each. I can't imagine the amount of data that they have. It's got to be in the millions of pages, just them. Now, I'm not even bringing up the Defense Intelligence Agency, which destroyed under Operation Able Danger, where they destroyed that information. That was 3 terabytes, all right? And I'm not even mentioning the CIA. I'm not even mentioning the FBI. I'm not even mentioning Israel or Saudi Arabia. So it's probably in the millions, tens of 20 million documents. God, the imagination can run wild here. But yeah, I mean, look, to go back to your point there, Gary, with that recent video, right? That's the best video out now. But I brought this up recently once. I said, you know what? If a video came out showing the plane hit the Pentagon, how many people would believe it? I'm talking about the people who don't believe in any plane at all, like the people who don't believe in plane hijackings. Now, if it came out that a plane hit the Pentagon on video, clear video, shows it, how many people would change their mind and believe it? I would profit to you, very few would do that. And that's why I think it's more than just about what to believe and what to know. And it's more about ideology. It's more about their worldview that is much deep rooted than wanting to believe in something, wanting to know in something, right? These people want to believe in something, and that belief can't be shaken because when you know something, Gary, now you are left with only one action, and that is reaction. If you know for sure that, say, George Bush was behind the operational levels of 9/11, and you had information, Gary, evidence to show for this, and you don't do nothing, well, you know the quote, evil exists when good men do nothing. So that means you, instead of indecisiveness, would have to act on the information, or else you're complicit in allowing that evil to continue or to get away from justice. And that's why I think that most fringe conspiracists in the 9/11 truth movement basically want to be held in that state of belief, because they're held in a state of paralysis where they can't act decisively, but they can actually say, hey, I'm just asking questions, or hey, you know what, I'm still learning, or you know what I believe is true. But they know that what they believe isn't true because they haven't made any inroads when it comes to the judicial system. So they'll make an excuse and say, well, the courts, they're not going to prosecute anybody, so I'm not going to even raise the issue. And I think that's the problem when it comes to belief and knowledge. And you'll hear me often refer to this often time and time again. Hey, special ed, please. We had you before. I guess not. I don't know what happened to you. Sean.
Hey, am I on?
Yeah, you're on, man.
Okay, keep losing connection. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
guys.
it's all right. You're in Alaska.
Yeah.
So.
Right. So regarding, who had what information, and yes, we are speculating about how much information is floating around out there that hasn't been available. But what we can know from the horse's mouth, Michael Scheuer has said that CIA had more intelligence on Al Qaeda and Bin Laden's network than they had ever had on any group ever. And he was disappointed that during the Clinton administration, that the United States had not acted on multiple plans to just kill bin Laden outright before George W. Bush was even president. And so, of course, Scheuer was head of the CIA bin Laden station. So take what he says with a grain of salt. But he's telling you plain right there that they have the information. So that's something where you don't really even have to speculate. You can just look at it like more information than any terror group ever. And what that means is that it's more than any of the other big groups from the previous generation of terrorism, because the intelligence agencies have always worked with terrorists, and they've always monitored, and they've always watched to see what the trends are to capitalize whenever possible. However, that isn't to say that 9/11 looks like a Gobladine Hekmatar job. But going back to what you had said previously about justification and pretext, and that is really important, especially, it's important to consider, but it's relevant because what we have with something like a 9/11 is that the very parties who would later lie about justification for the war seem to be involved at key points leading up to the attacks, during the attacks. There's almost a an orchestrated system of holes in the defense. That's where you do get into speculation. But no matter what, it was an unjust war, the Iraq invasion, and the whole thing just looks terrible. The optics are just awful, and so naturally, we don't really want to see a lot of this discussed in mainstream legacy media or even popular culture, it seems nowadays. And it's that pretext concept that I think is important for looking and conceptualizing something like a 9/11. I'll just be upfront. I don't think inside job cuts it for me. I'll just be clear about that. I think what you're dealing with is more like an outside job with inside help. But that's getting into the nitty gritty. In very broad terms, what you've got is pretext terrorism for war, and it wouldn't even be the first time it's not novel in that sense. So while the nature of the specific attack that was implemented is pretty unique, the purpose of it strategically, not tactics, but just strategically in broad strokes, it's been done before. Because just look at the bombing of Libya in the 1980s. That was in response to terrorism. It was Operation El Dorado Canyon during the Reagan administration, and Gaddafi was a bad guy back then too. And the whole rhetoric was much like what we would see years later with Saddam Hussein in Iraq about connections with terrorism, state sponsorship of terrorism, or at least allowing terrorism to occur at the expense of victims, and then overreacting to it by bombing Libya. This pattern goes back through to basically the golden age of terrorism. There's a infamous situation regarding Israel and Lebanon, where one of the major terror groups back in the 1980s was actually a radical Palestinian group. You actually brought him up earlier, which was the Abu Nidal group. And they have a long list of really ambitious and deadly attacks. And they had a political assassination. And instead of directly retaliating against the terror group, the Israel military bombed Beirut and killed, civilians and disrupted a country, right? And it's very similar to what we have with something like the Iraq War. You don't exactly hit the bad guys, and you destabilize a country. And so when we look at the broad geopolitical chessboard, so to speak, the devil's chessboard, if you will, that is a major component of war in this day and age, to do whatever you can to undermine your opponent. It's a curious thing, because the war hawks in whatever government and military always use this as their fallback crutch to justify aggression, especially if you're looking at something like you mentioned, Oded Yanan plan, or you're looking at things like the clean break strategy, or even the policy of containment on our end. It's all rooted in the same fundamentals of warfare. When Abu Nidal did that political assassination and Israel overreacted and bombed innocents in Beirut, Raphael Eitan, who was a military chief in Israel at the time, he shrugged it off. And we do the same thing when we're like, oops, I guess Saddam wasn't involved, but it's too late now. Eitan shrugged that off at the time and said, Abu Nidal, Abu Shmidal, they're all the same. And I think that's where we've never quite gotten away from, is they're all the same, and our Orientalist glasses are not helping. Anyway, that is all. Thank you.
Yeah, look, Sean, I know you're familiar with Sun Tzu, Art of War, where he basically says, if your opponent is temperamental, seek to irritate him. So I would like to think that that's exactly what we see here in terms of 9/11 and just Israeli foreign policy, for example. So in other words, you have an enemy that is easily irritatable or is easily reactionary. And all you need to do is just facilitate the conditions to where they will react, and then you can overreact. Israel is basically the most polarizing use of this is Israel when they antagonize the Palestinians, or they antagonize Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad or the Islamic Jihad, where they basically shoot off a rocket, this poorly made rocket into like a neighborhood in Jaffa, for example, or something like that. And the Israeli military will basically over-respond, right? And then they usually just saturate the area with like 100,000 bullets. They come in with these EV-5 50 Jeeps, and they start shooting up these buildings. And, sometimes they'll even use white phosphorus, which is outlawed by the international community. It's international law, right? So but that's the reason. And then the defense will be, well, we're just defending ourselves. Well, in terms of 9/11, that's exactly what bin Laden wanted. He was going to precipitate a response. He knew he couldn't beat the U.S. military, so he just precipitated a response. And in order for that response to be successful, we needed the attacks to basically be allowed to happen, and then we could take advantage of those attacks. Well, what did the United States do after 9/11? We invaded Afghanistan, which is what bin Laden had predicted, but he didn't predict Iraq. He didn't predict Libya. He didn't predict Syria. He didn't predict Sudan or the bombing of Pakistan. We went over and beyond, and we're not even stopping. We're talking 21 years later, and we're still bombing these countries into non-existence. And all on the hype of fighting the war on terrorism. Meanwhile, at the same time, we're facilitating it, even assisting it in Syria with a CIA operation called Timber Sycamore that was ended in 2017. So you have these excuses, right? Hey, listen, we're all about defending the homeland. Meanwhile, an attack happens in the homeland where we probably allowed it to happen because we had the information which could have stopped it. After everything I told you today, which you can verify on your own accord, right? It's all public information. Nothing I told you today is secret. I'm not like I'm in my bedroom telling you something that is public. All right? All that information is information where 9/11 could have been prevented. That's why I went back and took 2 hours to explain to you in detail just how much information the intelligence agencies had. And not just U.S. intelligence, but foreign intelligence, like Saudi Arabia and Israel. Kian Moran, you're up. Yes, sir.
I was thinking the whole 9/11 thing was purposely done for money.
Money?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So the government planned this whole thing. It was all pyrotechnics. Obviously, it was real. But it was a whole money stunt, you know?
Well, who got money and where did it come from?
The government, obviously.
Well, that's not really saying anything. I mean, I'm all right. If you're going to say that we benefited from, like, say, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, well, I mean, God, look at the war contracts that were purported by Raytheon, LG3 Technologies, Boeing, Halliburton. Yeah, billions. We're talking even $1 trillion was spent on the Afghanistan war.
Yeah. Obviously, it was because of the oil, so most of it, they did it so they could blame someone to go over there and steal the oil.
I don't necessarily agree with that. All right. So it was kind of vague what you said, but I understood it. So there's a lot. First of all, I think there's a lot more to it. Money, oil, also to acquiesce to foreign policy programs of Saudi Arabia, of Israel, of the United States, the neocons, which are basically dual citizens of Israel. You know, there's a lot at play. It's not. One thing about 9/11 is that generally people know very little about 9/11, right? Because it's such an expansive issue. So they only hear from what they hear from their loved ones or the media, which is general information, right? But 9/11 is so complex and expansive that even 12 years, I could say from my own experience, and you could get somebody else maybe to have a different one. But for me, I'm still, I have on my bookcase, about 133 books relating to subjects relating to 9/11. And I still, on my bedside, have 21 books I've yet to still read. And I can't tell you the amount of documents and files. I have about 4,000 uploaded on my WordPress, and God knows what else I have to still upload. It is enormous. And I'm never going to reach like 5% of knowledge or even 1% of knowledge relating to 9/11. And it's just a microcosm of what's out there. So in terms of like who benefited from 9/11, shoot, all right, let's just, right up the top, United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. Not to mention, the Gulf partners, and of course, the private military industrial complex, the Pentagon, fossil fuel industry, banking industry, you name it. There's a lot at play, but were they directly involved? That's the thing. No, I don't think they were. I just think they took advantage of what was allowed to happen. I think that's reasonable to say. Sean?
Hey, am I on?
Yes, you are.
So I just wanted to comment on that also. Yeah, these horrible things probably wouldn't occur as often if they weren't profitable. I think it's fair to say, what do they say? Cui bono, I think is the common conspiracy theorist comment, right? And I think that's reasonable because there's definitely money involved with these things. I would have to wonder if with how big the numbers are when you're talking about war money and how apparently easy it is to skim because there's all the different parties at the different levels that they all want to get their little cut of things, and it all just kind of looks like a big creeping mafia when you really get into the grit of it. But it's worth saying money, it's worth saying oil, for example, regarding oil. And while I don't like to stop at oil, I think that's really that's a first step. I don't like to stop there. Oil and money is great and all, but I like to keep going. But when it comes to oil, that's really the only reason that we have to be involved with the ghouls of Saudi Arabia, because we don't have any ideological alignment with them. There's no religious connection, cultural connection. It really does come down to something like money and oil. When we look at the United States trying to cover up the 28 pages from the Joint Inquiry Report regarding the presence, possibly complicity, of Saudi Arabian intelligence, the General Intelligence Directorate, within 2 degrees at most of the 9/11 attacks. And it's something which is being resisted even at this moment, with the legal action in support of the victims' families filing suit against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their financial and logistical connections to the attacks. So money and oil, that's good and all. There's also weird things that are more magical, like ideological motivations, like the muscle hijackers, because they were only getting about a couple of $1,000s. It wasn't a major thing. It was ideological for the muscle hijackers because they believed enough in what they were doing. The attacks, according to the official narrative, were relatively inexpensive to accomplish. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a good. By the way, the 9/11 Commission report basically suggests that the whole operation cost about $500,000 approximately, which basically, was money coming from outside that entered the United States through wire transfers, right? That were linked to allegedly to a number of people. Mustafa Hasnawi, who's actually locked up in Guantanamo Bay, was one. Ramzi bin al-Shibh, and others as well. God knows who else. I mean, that isn't public. That funded this operation. And plus, the drug trade basically pays for black operations. One thing I failed to mention during the discussion was that there was another Israeli ring that is indirectly involved with 9/11, and that is the ecstasy drug ring in New York. And one of them was headed by Ergun. His name is Cookie Ergun. I forgot his full name, but he was known to a Madam Heidi Fleiss, which I'm pretty sure some people in this room have been familiar with, regarding the drug trade. And it was a big drug trade in the United States, the biggest ecstasy ring in the world actually. But what does that pay for? That pays for black operations. You know, the CIA and Israeli Mossad can't go to like the Knesset or to the Senate Select Committee and say, hey, listen, can you give me $30 million because we want to do an operation that is illegal from international law or domestic law? So, you know, they got to get money somehow. Gary, go ahead, sir.
I would encourage everyone to check out Peter Dale Scott's A Road to 9/11. Very good. It's on Audible. He does a really nice timeline of the events leading up to 9/11, and he points out that both Cheney and Rumsfeld were the people that designed the continuity of government program that was instituted on 9/11 when they were in the Ford administration in the 70s. And to think 30 years later they would actually be using that program. He also points out both of them were sort of out of pocket for a few minutes that morning. Their official timelines are not totally transparent when the events were happening, and he speculates what they might have been doing and if they might have been involved to some degree. Also, Adam, I can't DM you, so if you could follow me, I'd love to DM you in the future. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Why can't you? Oh no, because I'm not following you. Okay, I followed you. So I could DM. Hey, by the way, who is this? A specimen of inscrutable. I don't know. It's past. Go ahead. You're up. Specimen, you're on mute. We can't hear you. There you go.
Hey, sorry about that. Adam, first of all, I just want to thank you for all the work you've been putting into this for years. When the rest of us have day jobs, don't have time to look into it, you're on the case. Most people don't have time to soak into the details of it, and that's why I really appreciate somebody like you who has stayed on the case. Sean and another earlier caller was talking about the financial incentives that are perhaps at play, and that brings up some of the more notable conspiratorial aspects of it that I was wondering if you could comment on, specifically the potential Larry Silverstein issue with the insurance payouts and the alleged hinky stock trades that were possibly surround this incident. I haven't had to steep myself in all the intricate details, and I just wanted to hear your take on just those topics, if you could.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I wrote an article a while back in the Medium, right? So it was about unlucky Larry Silverstein. Now, Larry Silverstein, look, I think is a shady individual. I think he had foreknowledge of the event. I think he knew more about the event than most people did. And can I prove it? No. He's friends with Benjamin Netanyahu, and according to him, his own words was that he used to talk with Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the former prime minister of Israel, almost every weekend. And all of a sudden, on the day itself, where he's supposed to be at Windows of the World, which is on top of the North Tower, he basically went to his dermatologist instead. Now, he did an interview with Charlie Rose about 2 months later, where he basically says that his wife reminded him the night prior that you have to go see a dermatologist tomorrow. And he basically, instead of going where he usually goes up to Windows of the World, no, he goes to his dermatologist. Can I prove that he had foreknowledge? No, I can't. Can I prove that he had more than just that? No, I can't. So in terms of like him profiting, he tried. In fact, in 2001, in August of 2001, it's actually his Silverstein Properties. They weren't the original winners of the rent contract for the World Trade Center. In fact, that went to Vornaldo Realty. Vornaldo Realty won the contract, but they had a dispute about the contract structure, and they didn't pay in time because the argument took longer in court. And so after 30 days, the bid went to second place, and that was Silverstein Properties. and they were awarded it August 21st, 2001. And the contract was structured in a way where it was insured from a terrorist attack because in 1993, the World Trade Center was a victim of a terrorist attack and has always been on the radar for terrorist operations. So it's no wonder that terrorism insurance was on there. I'm pretty sure that wasn't Silverstein's idea. That came from his lawyers. He also didn't pay for a majority of the contract. That came from a friend of his who basically gave him the money on loan, and then he used that money. Silverstein is not that rich when truthers make him out to be. He is rich, but 9/11 made him broke, and I'll tell you what happened. After the attacks, he tried to sue he tried to collect insurance on both towers, suggesting that both towers were a separate issue, but it was a one singular attack, and he was awarded $4.6 billion. And all of that money, every single dime, went to the reconstruction of the World Trade Center. In fact, during the reconstruction, he had to lose property rights of the biggest building of all, which was One World Trade. That's not his anymore. Well, Port Authority owns the buildings. He's renting them, but he lost the property rights for that. And so he couldn't even pay the workers who sued him in 2012 for back pay for building the World Trade Center complex. Now, whether you want to say, oh, maybe he had money offshore accounts, you don't know. He's a shady dude. Oh, I think he's shady as hell. I think he's a liar, and I think he knew more than what he was letting on to. Can I prove it? No. So I'm not going to use speculation as my form of evidence. I have to hold those reservations until I find out more. And that's what a responsible researcher would do. Those who want to, in a rush, want to blame Silverstein because he's Jewish, and most no planers are Israeli firsters, they want to blame them for everything. Well, I'm not going to do that route. And I want to be careful. And in order to educate my audience, I want to do it responsibly. And I hope you can understand that much as well. Sean.
Okay, hey, I'm back. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
The ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, has called the Larry Silverstein property management crime conspiracy a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So I would just want to throw that out there. But regarding money and finances, you brought up illegal drug trade, which that is an important component as well, because that is, as you alluded to briefly, the black budget. It's where money doesn't come from Congress, if you follow.
Yeah.
The agencies are government apparatuses, but when they do crime, usually they have to find ways to fund that crime. It has to all exist off books. Government, as terrible as it is, tries to be meticulous with paper trails. And so the obvious scenario there is like the Iran-Contra scandal, the arms for hostages scandal during the Reagan administration, where elements within CIA and the Defense Department were basically breaking the law, meddling in other countries, even using to the best of their ability, even proxy forces, which is comparable in a lot of ways to like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, when we supported, along with Saudi Arabia and others, we supported the militant groups to fight the Soviets when the Soviets were encroaching into Afghanistan and trying to flood it with a new government. We did the same thing in Nicaragua, and that was the Iran-Contra scandal. A major thing, actually, and it's amazing that to this day people have largely forgotten it, stopped talking about it. We didn't have some kind of there wasn't some kind of Republican uprising during that time. And that's all about black budget, because it was illegal for this group of profiteers to be using government money to support what were basically radical right-wing terrorists in Nicaragua, the Contras, who were against the leftist Sandinista regime. And we, in the Cold War, we were very concerned in the United States about any kind of Soviet-backed governments. It was really important that we destabilize these governments. And so that's black budgets. And in the instance of the Iran-Contra scandal, there's a pretty commonly known story now, but it was very shocking in the early 1990s when talk of a parallel operation involving South and Central America in the 1980s began to circulate, largely due to reporter Gary Webb, who wrote, I believe, in the Mercury about drug trafficking and CIA's close involvement with this element of black ops during the Contra operation. And we see the same thing again and again whenever there are these spooky operations worldwide. When we just take this back to Afghanistan and 9/11, there is, of course, the opium trade is a major component in that part of the world. It's called the Golden Crescent geographic region, which is where I believe it's either the first or maybe the second most prominent poppy and opium producing region of the world. And so to have presence, an excuse for CIA to be meddling in these regions allows for the profiteers, the CIA within the CIA, I suppose, would have to be the way to speculate about it, to make connections. And just going back to the bombing of Pan Am 103 in the late 1980s, that flight had a bomb placed on it. It turns out that that flight was part of a drug intelligence network. And it was commonplace on that flight route for drugs from Lebanon to be making their way across the Middle East and Europe and even the United States to New York and Detroit. You brought up the other Israeli operation, which was the ecstasy ring, largely in the southern United States. I believe it was prominently in Florida. And you can bring places like Florida and Texas back to the drug trade of the 1980s, when we saw the flooding of cocaine from South and Central America into the United States, which resulted in the crack epidemic. And going back even further, we see this again and again because the United States intelligence had been meddling, according to ex-CIA official John Stockwell. He says that even before the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which justified United States military presence in Vietnam, that CIA had been operating for actually decades in places like Laos, and that was involving the Golden Triangle in Asia, which is also a major source for heroin worldwide. And the heroin trade in Indochina has been an important component of state interests in resources in Indochina for some time. I believe I recently saw an indicator that we may be more interested in the Pacific theater again. And so when I see blurbs like that float across my news feed, I start to wonder if perhaps there's an interest in moving something that could be perceived as a drug trafficking operation out of what is no longer so feasible in Afghanistan and back to Indochina. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Sean, it's interesting enough about the drug trade in Afghanistan. I didn't mention before in the lecture was that in 1990, in the early mid-1990s, Afghanistan had an airline called Ariana Airlines, which basically was a drug running airline by the Taliban and Al Qaeda, where they would ship the drugs from the Helmand province to Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, and from there the CIA gained control of like certain areas where they would then commiserate business with them. and that the Ariana Airlines was forced to shut down because the airlines weren't picking up customers anymore. They were picking up these warlords and drug dealers that were basically giving money to the Taliban and Mullah Omar and Mayada Sistani and whoever was running the top religious council at the Taliban time. So, and that God knows how much money they were making over there in regards. So, yeah, in terms of in terms of all black operations, it comes from drug money. Jimmy, hey, you're up there, pal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Are you familiar with Bill Cooper?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you haven't brought him up, so I wanted to bring him up because everything up to what we're living through right now, he illustrated, and like, it's not about money, it's about control, it's about power. They have the power. Like, that's what it has nothing to do with race or anything. Like, they want to control us with those little slips of paper. That you have to take money out of the equation. It's the power that they have over us. They can stimulate a super patriotic feelings of, oh, let's go get them, because they bombed our towers immediately in fundamentalists with the same mentalities here. And it's really like, it's like our lowest level of reaction. It's all reactionary, and they know how to manipulate us. And so I just really wanted to bring up Bill Cooper and make people read those books, because that's what we're experiencing. Like, they're using money grabs and global pandemics and terrorist attacks and wars all over the world to keep us scared and keep the war machine moving, because there's a lot of profits in it. So, yeah.
Yeah, hey, yeah. Look, thank you very much. By the way, I think the book you're referring to is Behold a Pale Horse. And yeah, I'm familiar with William Cooper. I disagree with certain things that he says regarding UFOs and whatnot. But then again, I'm not into UFOs and stuff like that. So, but I heartily agree with just about everything you said there in regards to human dominion, which is power. And that's basically relating to just about every huge major event in human history, right? It's always about structure. It's always about hierarchy. Class warfare, for example, which is basically us versus them, where the originating of that analogy came from. The rich versus poor, right? Or the powerful versus the less powerful. That's class warfare. So that all relates back to that. But that goes back to the early centuries of man, even to the earliest forms of the primordial chondrite. So, hey, specimen, I got you. I lost you. What happened to you? I thought I had you. I allowed you to speak. No? Give him a minute. No? What happened to him? All right. John? I guess you can't speak.
Hey, I'm back.
There you go. There you go.
So I think there is something to consider.
You're on mute, Sean.
Oh, hey, am I back now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Sorry about that. I think there is something to it with the concept of a desire or pursuit for power. There have been many writers who've commented on the tendency of state to pursue domination to the point where it may just be a natural consequence of institution. Certainly, money has to be a factor. I wonder if power can be the only factor. it has to be a factor because we've seen instances, even in our own state history, where government has taken very egregious steps to maintain domination or to uh, shift things in desirable directions, especially since the forming of the OSS and later becoming the CIA. We've had a lot of interest in dominating every aspect of a population in order to avoid problems, is basically the way that they justify it. Ever since the Cold War, psychological operations has been at the forefront. And so it's as easy as saying, well, the Russians are trying to overthrow us from within, so we need to take countermeasures in psychological warfare. And with a sort of necessity like this, it's interesting to see sort of extreme manifestations of state overreaction or hubris, like in the cultural revolutions of like the 60s and 70s, following the civil rights movement and other dissident popular movements, the likes of which we really have not seen since to any notable degree. There was, even through FBI, there was the counterintelligence program, which sought to deal with any kind of popular problem, and many moderate groups saw themselves eventually drifting towards more extreme measures. And when the moderate groups shifted towards extreme measures, they became enemies of the state and they were dealt with handily. So that's my comment on power, to factor into all of this. But I don't think that power is a good enough reason to just say that that is the only thing. We're certainly dealing with psychopaths, but everybody wants to get rich. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, listen, 9/11 has many variables in it, right? I mean, we see in terms of religious indifference or in terms of human dominion, in terms of money, profiting. All this is reasonable arguments for what happened on 9/11, what took place, and who profited and for what reason. So it's not as simple as, hey, 19 guys, they hate us and hate our freedoms and want to attack the United States. That's what the government wants you to believe. That's what because they don't want you looking into, say, our foreign policy program. They don't want you to look at maybe, hey, what's the intelligence agencies and how secret and dark they are, nefarious as they are. So you don't have to look into those areas if you're just told what the actual truth is by, the people that you help elect, right? Hey, Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank God for Twitter and for all of you folks. I found my people here on Twitter in the last couple of years, and it's been really, really educational and fun to have this forum. And Adam, you should keep this up because you're a great host, moderator, and you should be doing this at least once a month. And it'd be great if we could get Thermal Detonator in here. It's a really great outlet. So thank you.
Gary, no, thank you. And, listen, we're up on 5 hours. I'm in shock. I just texted my friend, she's actually putting her daughter to sleep. And I'm like, oh my God, we're almost at 5 hours. I can't believe it. But no, listen, it wasn't about me. It was about all of you guys that came in and stood around for even half as long. It just goes to show you that you're contradicting me. When I'm a pessimist, so I'm always thinking the worst. So don't listen to what I have to say, or take it with a grain of salt. By the way, I'm always thinking the worst. I'm thinking that nobody really cares. But I had at one point 50 people in this room, and I'm in shock that we had that many people listening to me for 2 hours. And then a lot of you even stood by and stood around for another 2 hours. Some of you are even here for the whole duration of 5. No, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Sean, and to the others that were in this room. And I won't do it once a month. I'll do this every once a week. It's no skin on my teeth to talk about this issue. It's about who would come. I really didn't think anybody was going to come. I really didn't. But at one point, we had 51 people here, and I'm still surprised. That's more than I've ever gotten on YouTube to come watch a live stream. But yeah, I'll do this once a week, and we'll have like a roundtable discussion where we talk about this issue, because I don't think it exists on Twitter. Nobody talks about 9/11 in a deep context like this. Kian, go ahead, sir. Hey, by the way, Kian, you can speak. Go ahead. I think he's having problems. Connection problems. That's the thing. Poor guy. You have to leave the room. Specimen. Let's see. Specimen, can you talk? We got a beep. Nope.
Me?
I think that's something on your phone. Go ahead, pal.
Hey, again, I just want to thank you for all the time that you put into this, especially for those of us who don't have the time to really steep ourselves in this issue in the way that we would like to. But at a gut level, we know that something is totally amiss. I just want to ask about, if you could, just 3 different topics. I just want to hear your thoughts on, if possible. That would be the art. What's up with the stock trades, if you can?
Oh yeah,
the
right.
also the art students, which is probably connected to that, to the drug ring involving with the drugs, and also the other art group that cut the window out of the tower at some point, if you're aware of that. And
yeah,
if anything, I'd like just to hear your thoughts or comments on those 3, if you could. And again, thank you so much for your work and for your time in this issue. For all of us who don't have the time to, research this topic as much as we would like to. And thank you.
Oh no, thank you. Next man, I have to apologize. You did ask this question before, and I freaking totally, my mind is shot. So I'm 52. I'm getting up there. So okay, as for the stock trades, there were I think what's his name? Somebody brought up his name before. Paul something Jones or something. I forgot what his name. He actually did a expose on this, and he found out that the stock trades itself was basically about United Airlines and American Airlines and the stock put trades, and that nobody picked up the money because it was put in like let's say over $250,000 on put trades regarding the validity of future stocks regarding the United Airlines and American Airlines, and of course, the stocks themselves took a dive, and this guy made a ton of money. Well, nobody picked it up, so I mean, we're left, and I don't know too much, so I'm not going to pretend like I know this issue and give you a wrong answer. I just rather tell you the truth and say that I really didn't do any type of real deep dive on that issue. I just know that much. But I can talk about the art student ring, which I mentioned in the lecture, and the 2-hour lecture. I talked about the art student ring that was located in most of the southwest and northeast part of the United States, where they arrested over 250 people, and it was men and women, where they would go in groups of 3, and it was usually 2 guys and 1 girl. The girl was usually pretty, and they would go to the residences of people who worked at the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Agency, and the claim was that the art that they were selling, which is cheap art, had listening devices on it, and that they were running a signals intelligence ring regarding the nation's FBI and Drug Enforcement Agency. So one has to question, well, why? Why would they do that? Well, if they're running an illegal drug operation ring, which is something I mentioned before, if they're doing that for black operations, they would like to know what the Drug Enforcement Agency is talking about. Are they talking about the ecstasy ring in New York and Florida that Sean mentioned? So that they can warn their agents and say, hey, we got to shut down the operation. that very well could be true. As for the art student ring in the World Trade Center, okay, there's a big misconception about this group. They're called Gelatin B, and they're Austrian. They're not Jewish. They're not Israeli. There's a group of 6 of them that basically did this stupid, ridiculous like thing where they rented out this one floor. I think it's the 83rd floor of the South Tower, and they basically put these people in the windows, and there was this helicopter going by taking pictures. Actually, there's a book. Says one book. I think there's one or two books that's for sale on Amazon, but it's $700. And if I had the money, I'd do it just for the historical aspect of it and get it. But yeah, you could buy it for $700, and it's called Gelatin B. But they years later they came out on YouTube and basically described what they were doing. But they weren't Israeli. And Rebecca Roth is the originator of this. It says, well, that's what they were doing this to put bombs in the building. And I would submit, look, I'm going to tell you this. That's not the art student ring. The art student ring that she covers up for, doesn't admit, is the bigger ring that we were talking about before that involved a bigger operation. Not those guys. There were only 6 people, and none of them were Israeli. They're German. They're Austrian. So no, they don't get that mixed up. But that doesn't mean that the World Trade Center had bombs in the building. But yeah, Rebecca Roth wants you to believe that they're placing bombs on this floor and they're taking pictures of these people while they're doing it. You tell me, does that sound reasonable to you? Of course not. No. The art student ring that was located all throughout the Southwest Northeast, there's no pictures of them except in the New York database when they arrested them. And guess what? That's classified. So you don't see them doing their work, but you get to see them putting bombs in the World Trade Center like Rebecca Roth is claiming. Oh my God, only if we were that simple. Hey, Sean, go ahead, pal.
Yes, the art students at World Trade Center were actually Austrian. It's a common meme to discuss the art student project at World Trade Center in the same regard as Gerald Shea wrote about in his memorandum to the 9/11 Commission, which was not used in the final report. And he described a massive foreign intelligence operation in the United States where Israeli nationals are tracked in practically the exact time and place as future 9/11 hijackers would be across the country and especially in Florida, just for example. It was a art student spy ring in the South, which was described as the largest of its kind, was paying very close attention to United States DEA officers, even beyond their offices, but also their personal homes as well. And this is in a very close relationship with the ecstasy drug ring, which is ecstasy trafficking. And just the way we see narcotics booms whenever intelligence agencies are involved in major drug connections with cartels, etc. We tend to see booms in narcotics, like the crack epidemic in the 80s. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, the United States was awash with ecstasy. The Israeli intelligence rings, which were uncovered basically in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 and during the roughly year or so prior, they sort of come onto the radar at different times because there's multiple rings and they almost seem to be operating in tandem. There's also, like we have touched on a little bit already in this talk, systems, which is a very curious and bizarre case. I know somebody wanted to scrutinize Larry Silverstein earlier. I think it's much more interesting to scrutinize Dominic Suter, the owner of Urban Moving Systems, because like the Tennessee Five, the the DMV crime where Catherine Smith was found apparently murdered before she could testify in court regarding identity fraud in Tennessee, where there's the connection through Khalid Odala's man, Sakir Hamad, a Jordanian who had been doing illegal work at World Trade Center the week prior to the attacks, apparently on fire prevention systems, interestingly enough. There is this urban moving systems case, which came in the middle of a larger FBI investigation into apparently Israeli front companies, where FBI had Operation Stowbiz, which had been going back months even before urban moving systems became of interest, and Dominic Suter had become a person of interest following the arrest of the high fivers in the van the day of 9/11, where there were 16 Florida moving companies. The number is something like 74 individuals, most of them Israelis, most of them who knew each other, and they had been involved in crimes as well. There had been reports of fraud, extortion, and in some cases, money laundering with this ring of moving companies. And when we consider through the lens of urban moving systems, was determined and even admitted by figures such as Vincent Canestraro, infamous counterterrorism expert, that urban moving systems was indeed a front for Israeli intelligence. So we have what is described, and it may still be true to this day, as the largest foreign intelligence operation of its nature ever in the history of the United States. And it's happening right at the cusp of 9/11, with even a little overlap the day of 9/11. With incidents such as the urban moving systems van, which was unexplainably in Pennsylvania, and to which you may have touched on already, Adam, that Roy Barak and Moti Butbu could not explain, nor could their boss, Dominic Suter, why urban moving systems was out of state after the 9/11 attacks, because they had officially ceased out of state operations because of the attacks of 9/11. Dominic Suter could only say in response to FBI inquiry, "That's strange," end quote, and nothing more to say about it. He fled the United States immediately after, remains a person of interest on the FBI counterterrorism list, and also evaded charges of such things as fraud and extortion and tax evasion, to which he still owes thousands of dollars, and abandoned multiple, it was at least 2 urban moving system properties in the United States when he fled back to Israel. So I would say Larry Silverstein lost billions and Dominic Suter got away clean. So that's where I would advise people to be careful about which memes they pursue. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, Brown points for bringing up the Gerald Shea memo, and I didn't mention this in the lecture either. Everybody in this room, if they want to see the complete report regarding the Israeli art moving student ring, just Google Gerald Shea memorandum. Gerald, Gerald, Shea, Shea, and memorandum. And it is a good document to have. Basically, he's a lawyer out of Chicago, or I think California. He basically, on his own accord, he paid for an investigation into the arrest of the largest spy operation inside the United States, which was an Israeli operation, regarding the art student ring. Not to mention the moving companies that went along with it, as well as the drug ring that were probably operating alongside it, but was indirect regarding the operational and analytical methods that were involved. As for the drug ring, for those who want to learn more about that, Google the name Jacob Orgad. Jacob, Jacob, Orgad, Orgad. He went by a nickname Cookie. It's a huge operation involving the ecstasy ring in New York and in Florida. And I want to say there was another Southwest country near Florida, Georgia. Let's say, don't quote me on that. But yes, it was the biggest ecstasy ring in New York, operating in the years 1997 to 2000 when he got arrested, Orgad. But we are coming up on the 5th hour I can't believe it. 5 hours. I'm going to cut it off because, it's Saturday night. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Sean, Gary, Darren that was here earlier, to everyone else that hung around this long, you are awesome. MJ Dunn, I see your name here, Gabby, and the rest of the people. Look, today was really a success. I'm really shocked because it was off the cuff, and I didn't think we would last this long. Nowhere near 5 hours. 5 hours. So you guys been fantastic. I'll do this once a week. So I'll do it every weekend and see what it goes from here. So next Saturday, I'll do this again. And if you want to come on in and participate in whatever, come on in. You're more than welcome. And really, everyone have a great night. Good night. And thank you so much for coming. Jimmy, Phil is here. Cross Country, Gabrielle, Alaskar, T, John, Idle Kid, and Jess Core. Thank you guys. Lots of props for hanging around and listening to some nobody like myself talk about the important issues of 9/11. And we'll do it again next week. And listen, guys, great night. Have a safe night. Good night. And I'll see you next week. Take care.